Then a being with white hair appeared, who was too fast for any soldier. He attacked with his sword, wrapped in a demonic aura where hundreds of slashes appear, unleashing an overwhelming power. After such an explosion, he was out of breath from such a fierce attack, looking tired, when a woman demands to know why. Why he had made that decision, how he had made a deal with the devil, had he betrayed them. Giving the name Nox Von Reinhafer, he doesn't understand betrayal. He supposes that would be for them, however, he did not betray them. Rather, they were the ones who betrayed him. The woman only shouts at them to come to their senses, demanding to know since when he was so broken. And we return to the past, where an alert appears. He had completed the first part of Inner Lunatic, showing us a young man who visibly does not leave home. He feels that this time it wasn't so bad. Besides, he had obtained many items. He even discovered hidden quests. He was satisfied with his performance. The only thing that worried him was that he would die next month. Recalling that 2 years ago a doctor asked him not to panic, telling him he had cancer. And he was terminally ill, giving him 2 years to live, only able to give him medication to alleviate his pain. And that's how he lived until now, without the desire to do anything, only with medication that suppressed his pain. Looking around, he felt lost, and at that moment he started coughing blood, believing he would really die soon. But resigned, he assumes he already knew, noting that he only received messages from hospitals. No one ever asked him how he was. No one approached him after his memory losses. Nor did he have anyone to turn to, nor anywhere to go in the state he was in. His whole life was misery. Everything had been taken from him. Why live? The only thing he could do was play the game Inner Lunatic, where he started a new game. Choosing a new player type for variety, selecting the mana sensitivity ability. In Prodigy of the Sword in combat. Then an alert appeared. If he chose 2 special traits, he would have a penalty, giving the trait terminal illness. He smiled. If he was terminally ill, why couldn't his character be? Pressing play. However, at that moment everything changed. His body had reacted differently. The protagonist feels that his death day had arrived sooner. Feeling infernal pain, falling to the ground, believing he hadn't had a good life, then a window opens, synchronizing his character with his person, showing configuration complete. At that moment, a person with white hair awakens, immediately recognizing the room, seeing his reflection, instantly understanding that he had become his character. Nox Reinhafer, recalling that this being is from the 3rd branch family of the Dark Families, which is deeply related to the worst organization in that world. The Lunatics. He is the youngest of the 5 brothers of the Reinhafer family. This family has had outstanding children in magic and swordsmanship for centuries, but Nox was the only one in the family who wasn't. That's why his whole family treated him with disdain due to his lack of talent. Even in the game, he signs a contract with the devil to become stronger. And thus, he becomes a villain. Now the protagonist wonders if it was a dream, but then his stats appear, complaining in the game because they are very low, especially his stamina, which is only 2. This is due to his negative trait of terminal illness, which conditions his character, believing he created that character just to share his loneliness with at least one game. But now it seems he is in real trouble. And just then, a message appears, greeting him by his real name. He doesn't understand how it knows the name his parents gave him that he doesn't even remember, wondering if it knows his past. Joyfully, he believes much time has passed since he last saw him. He had done very well these last 2 years. He deserved to be there, which is why he was welcomed back. The protagonist simply understands nothing. Now known as Nox, he receives the message that his previous world was not real, which seems absurd to him. But the computer assures him that it wants to help him. However, it cannot give him more details. The distressed protagonist tries to understand everything when the machine gives him an order: enroll in Illidan, a huge and prestigious academy where he must cultivate his power while approaching the main story, where it promises him he will find the truth. This alarms the protagonist, who tries to understand everything, looking at his reflection and seeing the final boss of the game on his face. the inner lunatic who will die after all. This will clearly happen if he follows the main story, however, if he assumes everything is real. It might be the only option to recover his memories. In this way, he decides to do it. He will reach the main story to search if there is a connection with his memories and try to survive. Clenching his fist with determination, he affirms that he will be the greatest villain, smiling at this change. Remembering how a year ago, when his illness was detected, his life turned into a macabre countdown between medications and the constant fear of dying. And how now, in this new scenario, planted in a world he knows better than his own room, he decides to start his journey. First, asking the system for the date, it shows February 4, 1812. Relieved to know the date, he is determined to avoid his death, confidently opening the doors to leave his room, when his negative attributes activated, leaving him with severe pain from that simple movement. Finding his first problem in his fragile body. Annoyed, he walks carelessly through the mansion, leading him to collide with a young maid, whom he knocks down, causing her to break all the dishes. The girl, along with the other maids, is frightened by Nox's possible reaction to the collision while he, in pain, looks at the maid on the floor, recognizing her by her characteristics as Lorna. She, dejected and on her knees, hurries to apologize to him. Nox minimizes her, considering her just a simple extra character and very gossipy, but surprised that a gossip has such a cute face. Now stepping into the role of villain Nox, he approaches her with a big smile, apologizing to her, and warning her not to let it happen again, scaring all the staff. With this, he understands that he is definitely in the role of the villain. The other servants comment that they are surprised to see him so early, and this confuses them even more when Nox states that he is going to the gym. And he will take Lorna with him, making the maid feel in danger. On the way, he even thinks he will be hit with a wooden sword, while the protagonist's mind goes to how he was always on the verge of death. And how now he has the chances to survive, he must adapt to the situation, saying out loud that it's impossible, frightening the confused maid even more. The protagonist returns to his internal dialogue, remembering that he played the same game 27 times, so he knows all the hidden items. And he stops to open the skill window, remembering the game's huge fandom, which is very popular for the large number of possible attribute combinations among them. The gifted or genius categories, which allow for rapid ascent but are limited to one, since exceeding it will result in a penalty, just like him, who is a martial arts genius. And mana detection, which increases his magical sensitivity, but he must deal with a penalty. A limited lifespan of 1 year, weakness that will make him faint frequently, slow attribute growth, and cold hands and feet. Lorna follows him closely as he analyzes how to solve all his problems, finally arriving at the gym, where he stops with a melancholic look, which is noticed by the maid. Finally, Nox, determined, opens the door with his first mission in mind, to free himself from the curse of weakness. Determined, he begins his training, brandishing his sword, but collapses exhausted after performing less than 10 moves. Surrendering to weakness, resting for a while until he gets back up to admire the good maintenance of the weapons from the floor. Weapons are fundamental to the Reinhafer family, represented by a silver shield. And the house is remembered by a phrase, the home of darkness and the sword. This is due to his distinctive ability, vision swordsmanship, which grants him the dark attribute. To a sword to be able to cut his enemies, as the famous black swordsman did in the past. The supreme victor, whose sword is inherited by a selected member of the family from generation to generation, although it is impossible for him to inherit it. So he prefers to think about his real advantage, money, since he comes from such a rich family that they don't care what the youngest son does, or that he spends the money. After all, his character is a spoiled child who always gets his way. So determinedly he gets up from the floor when the maid arrives to inform him that his request is ready. Approaching the wooden spa, the protagonist calls the girl, who fears being hit but only receives a whisper in her ear. She reacts strongly, as what he asks of her will cost a lot of money. The protagonist decides to convince her with a kind smile, followed by a verbal threat to obey. And she accepts and leaves scared. Nox remains alone while pouring tea, thinking that if he achieves everything, he will manage to end his weakness. And yet he feels a presence behind him, who is called Lorx Nox. The protagonist recognizes him as Lord Rodwell of Inranok, the butler in charge of the house who serves his father, the leader of the family, Theobald Reinhardt. His presence makes him nervous, making him tremble while trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Luckily, the butler is only there to pass on news. He must attend the dinner tonight. This is not convenient for the protagonist, who, acting like a spoiled child, tries to get out of it. But the butler informs him that he has a guest, the young lady of the Stelliner family who will attend for a lesson in chivalry. Therefore, his father will be angry if his youngest son does not show up. With no other option, he decides to go. Even so, the butler's gaze remains fixed on him, stating that he is acting very strangely. The confused protagonist asks him why. Rodwell replies that it is because he had never shown interest in wielding his sword or training. The new Nox, acting coldly, warns him not to use that as an excuse to bring him to his father, since they don't care what he does or doesn't do. And so he leaves. The butler apologizes, but will remain suspicious. In this way, the protagonist returns to his room, still trembling, worried that they will discover the possession. But his biggest concern is the red-haired girl who is approaching, the glory of the Selliners, a new problem. And these also increase due to his twin brothers, Hats and Alan, who are upset by the insolent arrival of their little brother. And they bother him with a rumor about insulting a poor butler and a maid. Nox tries to maintain his composure, although he feels guilty for the insults he didn't even say. And everything is interrupted by the maid, announcing the arrival of the other attendees. Theo, his father, and behind him, Talia von Stelliner, a radiant red-haired girl, enters. And happy, the father announces that he will have her as a guest, while she receives chivalry lessons. All this happens under Nox's gaze, who knows that woman will end up stabbing a sword in his heart, thus presenting his antagonist in the game, named Talia. Theo, surprised, watches with amazement as Nox introduces himself at the banquet, which even draws the attention of the redhead, who also did not expect to see him there. Thus begins the banquet, which unfolds amidst glances between the twins and Nox, who tell their father that it is time to decide who will go to a Lydon academy. The father knew they were right, so he starts thinking. Meanwhile, Nox remembers that the academy is the base of the game, whose plot revolves around cadets fighting demons. Therefore, Nox must enter, and at the same time maintain the main story of the game. To do this, he needs allies. Theo mentions that all noble families only have 3 spots in the academy, and his family had already used 2. So only 1 spot remained available, which will be resolved by the classic family method. A combat. Nox includes himself, to everyone's surprise. Seeing this, Theo sets the combat for 1 month later in the gym. The twins urge Nox to give up, as with his condition, he is already defeated. The protagonist, calmly and elegantly, replies that this is a statement that could only be made if they managed to defeat him. All this while bevino, and loudly states that he will enter the academy. This awakens his father's surprise, the twins' fury, and Talia's interest, who watches him with a big smile, which scares the protagonist, as being close to her was not convenient for him. And so the night arrived, and Rodwell reports on Nox's sudden change. The boss reads it, thinking that if he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it, even thinking he might be possessed. However, even if that were the case, he was equally intrigued and decides to wait to see where this leads him. Meanwhile, Nox begins his preparation by running under the gaze and the opinions of all the service staff who don't have much faith in him. The protagonist didn't understand why he heard these things if he didn't have that power. But then he continues his training, managing to increase his stamina, although it only reaches 0.1. Worried, because his sword genius ability only activates with a stamina of 4, something somewhat difficult for a normal player to achieve. But for someone cursed like him, it was almost impossible. Furthermore, he had to do this in less than a month. So he must increase it exponentially, which is very difficult because his curse limits his growth. But that's why he was determined to work twice as hard, running and running, until he nearly died, having to also deal with the little health his limited time left him. But he would worry about that another day. For the moment, he had to continue training. And so Lorna arrives with his order. The protagonist's happy and somewhat villainous attitude returns as he approaches the items the maid brought, most of which are poisons, except one, the growth scroll. The protagonist explains to the girl that although they are poisons, it all depends on how they are used, so he will demonstrate it to her. Drinking the bottle of three-headed serpent poison, which alarms her. The somewhat dizzy protagonist watches his health increase as a countdown begins. Lorna, worried, wants to fetch the butler, but Nox stops her, telling her to calm down while he devours the golem core as if it were an apple. This scares the maid even more. The core quickly takes effect, which pleases Nox, as thanks to this, the poisonous effects are counteracted. Activating the hidden peace effect. The golem core increases defense, petrifying the user in question. But when consumed with the three-headed serpent poison, the latter is diluted, causing part of his weakness to disappear. Continuing like this, experimenting in front of a worried maid who thinks her master is about to meet Saint Peter. However, it's the complete opposite, and the protagonist begins to undress in front of her. Who watches? With narrowed eyes. Lorna, with a flushed face, watches as the protagonist suggestively pours the fairy spring water on himself, which also eliminates the golem core effect, achieving the hidden peace effect again. This leaves him with a smile of great satisfaction, especially when he obtains the growth benefit ability, which doubles the growth speed. Now all that remains is to use the stamina increase scroll, which also doubles the growth speed, managing to stop the curse for the moment. Now able to level up, Lorna, on the other hand, approaches, shouting, worried about him, because she thought his previous sensual modeling was due to the poison damaging his brain. A comment the protagonist lets slide because he was happy about his achievement. The worried maid asks the protagonist what he will do now. He replies, run, so he starts his training again. Accompanied by his trusty maid, from a distance, Talia and her wardrobe assistant, Emma, are watching them. The annoyed redhead watches Nox's training, considering him a weak inept who shouldn't have accepted the fight. Emma suggests she shouldn't insult him, as he is the owner's son. Talia continues her complaints, watching the protagonist just run like a fool without even training a little with the sword. Even though the vassals of the house offered to train him, she knows he is only facing a sure beating. Not understanding her feelings or why she cares so much, she leaves animatedly to present herself to Nox, who is resting on the floor, with his maid fainted behind him. There the redhead greets him with a big smile, while Nox, as coldly as possible, asks her what she was looking for. Talia, surprised by such coldness, supposes that perhaps her beauty made him nervous, which Nox simply ignores. The girl changes her attitude and very seriously tells him that if he doesn't train with the sword, he won't win the fight. So the redhead offers to help him defeat his older brothers. The protagonist very coldly rejects her immediately and leaves, which leaves Talia furious at how he treated her, when she was only offering help, leaving with a shove. While Lorna watches how her master is hated by women, Nox remains confused, while Lorna calls him scoundrel. And the protagonist decides to check Talia's stats, which are very good. She dominates the fire element, has a lot of charm with positive characteristics like the admiration of heroes, honesty, and is a genius in the sword. However, as a neutral characteristic, she has an undeveloped inferiority complex. Although the protagonist doesn't pay attention to the latter, given that he focuses only on the incredible stamina of 5, surpassing an ordinary adult male. Also, although she is not the strongest sword genius, she is among those who exceed the lower level. She also has the fire attribute, which in the future will evolve to create a powerful white flame, with which she will burn the Nox character alive, that is, the protagonist now. Unfortunately for him, she cannot be an ally, as it would alter the game's history too much. And it is better to keep a distance from the one who will kill him in the future. Meanwhile, Talia walks sadly down the hallway, remembering how her teachers congratulated her for her rapid learning, being recognized as a talent worthy of her family. This brings back the memory of seeing her older sister as someone superior to her abilities. This fills her with sadness, so she grips her sword tightly, wondering if she can truly be a worthy knight. In that world, being a knight meant being austere, not suffering from greed, and sacrificing oneself for justice, in addition to learning many swordsmanship techniques. With this in mind, she thinks again about Nox, who has no chance of defeating those who have trained for years. Thus the day of training arrives where Nox and Alan are in the arena under everyone's gaze. Especially Priscilla, mother of the twins but not of Nox. Theo and Rodwell are also present, to whom Theo asks the difficult question about his opinion on the duel. Rodwell replies that Alan will be the winner, surprised that Theo seems to think differently. Because he knows that even if Nox behaves differently, to win he will need more practice and training. Without any of those, the only way he could win would be through such great natural talent that they doubt Nox possesses it, and any other in the world. As for Theo, he still had faith. After all, Nox comes from the Reinhafer family, and he trusts that he will have talent that rivals the great masters. Meanwhile, Nox recalls that the day before, despite all his effort, he only reached a stamina of 3.8. Resting, his favorite maid expressed how tired she was of running with him, but the protagonist, with a big smile, felt it wasn't fun that she didn't do it with him. Which makes the maid pout, and the training continued, but the protagonist's curiosity is so great that he decides to check Lorna's abilities, who, with the same training as him, already has 4.5 stamina, which makes Nox stop, annoyed by the family's genetic disadvantages. Lorna catches up to him and tells him he should rest, since the duel is tomorrow. And so we return to the present, where Alan suggests his little brother give up before he hits him so hard. That would impress Talia. The protagonist, looking at Alan, had 8 health and a great interest in showing off, understanding that he cannot win with conventional methods. The moment becomes tense when the referee indicates that the loser must accept the result without dispute. If Nox lost, he would lose his last chance to recover his memories, and in just 1 year, everything would end. Without further ado, the referee starts the combat. Nox lunges forward, but when Alan receives him with a punch, Nox dodges by throwing himself to the ground. Then, he blocks with a strong blow that makes him recoil. His brother didn't wait long to continue his attack, while Nox only blocked, thinking that he would lose everything if he failed, until his stamina increases by 0.1, with just 1 more to unlock his ability. Nox tells himself he can do it. Alan looks at him as if he were crazy and decides to put him in his place, while Theo's first wife watches him calmly, assuring that Nox has no chance. This would guarantee that her son would go to the academy and eventually become the head of the family. Theo, for his part, is disappointed by Nox's pathetic performance, and Rodwell suggests stopping the combat, or Nox will suffer too much damage. Meanwhile, the protagonist is still trapped, receiving blows and acknowledging that his brother has decent talent. But far behind the best, especially Germ, the master of the Black Sword, who strikes fear into his enemies so much that they surrender. Just as Theo gets up to stop the combat, Nox feels his stamina increase by 0.1 again, flowing through his entire body. At that moment, his ability activates and he smiles. While sparks begin to rise around him, astonishing his father, Nox activates the Genius Time ability, which creates a gigantic light shield covering him like an aura. Everything around him moves slowly. Determined, he grips his sword, brandishing it to disarm his brother, who cannot believe what is happening, while Nox, with a look of confidence, assures that he will win the combat. The sword flew by. Alan clutched his injured wrist, watching Nox approach with a confident attitude, although inside he knows that he cannot let his guard down, because the ability that gives him an advantage can only be used for 5 minutes. And he must finish the combat within that time, changing his attitude to a more arrogant one, telling his brother that he has been holding back until now. But he had gotten tired of the combat, so he invites them to a 2 versus 1. This suits him, since if he doesn't defeat them in 5 minutes, he will lose, and Nox formally requests it from Theo to make it official. Rodwell and Talia do not understand what he is doing, while his father watches him, intrigued to see that he still has tricks up his sleeve, and deciding to allow the 2 versus 1. Despite his wife's complaints, the combat begins. Hats takes his sword and stands next to his brother Alan, angry at being humiliated in front of their father, determined to attack, while the protagonist waits for them with a big, confident smile. The twins launch their full attack, but Nox blocks them easily. While the brothers seem to want to coordinate to attack as a team, the protagonist moves quickly while dodging and blocking when he hears the system informing him that his dark sword ability has increased. Confidently, he executes a move so fast that he disappears from the twins' sight. They only feel a strong blow to their arms. Nox appears in the center of the battlefield, smiling. To the surprise of all attendees, including Talia, the protagonist looks back at his rivals, finding a completely different expression, even hesitant, starting to argue among themselves. Nox takes this opportunity to continue attacking, beginning to push them back, thinking that even though the combat is for an important goal, he hasn't stopped having fun. To everyone's astonishment, one of the twins retreats, falling to the ground next to his brother, with both on the ground unable to get up. Just then, the ability of the protagonist ends just in time for him to confidently state that the combat is over, asking for the result to be declared, much to the annoyance of the twins' mother. The brothers accept the result without options, while Theo and his son exchange glances of respect. Thus, Nox, with a bow at the end, prepares to leave the arena, when Talia desperately runs after him. Now out of everyone's sight, Nox is seen too exhausted and coughing up blood for overusing his abilities. Recalling that this ability was temporary, but it could also cause him to lose life. Specifically, 2 days of life permanently, recognizing it as a good and bad buff. At least he is satisfied that the effect did not occur earlier, because his admission to the academy would have been in danger. But Talia's voice is heard, approaching very worried, asking if he was hurt from the fight. He feels his plan might be in danger, asking her not to tell his father anything. However, the girl really congratulates him for winning that fight at a disadvantage, with such a damaged body. Nervous, she states that she misunderstood, blushing and approaching, while remembering how for a month she watched an inept practice with a wooden sword. And now seeing him win, she understands that he has a hidden talent and wants to know how to awaken it too. However, upon seeing him after the combat, with his lonely gaze, she understands that Nox is not a good-for-nothing, but someone who truly forces himself to win. Now genuinely worried, Talia wants to understand him, but before she touches him, Nox stops her hand with a hard hit, shouting at her not to touch him. Joe John, the real Nox, admits in his mind that as a terminally ill person who is only obsessed with games, he is not very good at relating to girls, and even worse with a character who will incinerate him in the future. But Talia doesn't get upset. Rather, she apologizes apologetically, which surprises the protagonist. He hears her apologizing, finally understanding that the fact that he only did resistance exercises was to counteract his birth weakness. And that's why he apologizes for thinking he was acting like a useless person. The confused protagonist doesn't know how to respond, seeing her as a girl with the characteristic honesty of a knight, but with great pride, which must make it difficult for her to admit it, so he simply asks her to keep the bleeding a secret. To which she agrees, watching the protagonist leave, telling her it's a promise, leaving the girl blushing. Meanwhile, Theo is proud of his son's talent, talking with Rodwell, who is still confused by the beating he took at the beginning, but also believing that the ability with which he won would be enough to rank him among the best young sword masters. Theo nodded, supposing that Nox was still hiding things, and sent his butler to keep him under surveillance without intervening, thinking to himself if his son could be the next heir. of the Black Sword is a title he hopes to find in the short time he has left, entrusting Rodwell with the mission to find out. While in his room, Nox sees how even though this world is now real, the game system is still the same, and he receives a reward for winning his first combat. 3 free points, which have been very useful to avoid his last month, but now he wouldn't need them for stamina, but for luck, the only attribute that cannot be trained, and the most important in the game. Then he decides it's time to test his luck, so in a kind of magical gacha, he decides to spin it, hoping that with his increased luck, he gets an advanced skill in the form of a scroll, which can be normal rank for inferior skills, silver for intermediate level, gold for superior and more advanced than that, an iridescent shade, wishing for an advanced level, or more. And his luck helps him, yielding a gold scroll that grants him the Sovereign's Astonishment ability, which causes enemies inferior to his stats to receive a 20% debuff. With this new ability, all that remains is to decide how to use his one-time use ability voucher, thinking about saving it for the meeting of all the family brothers, thinking that the ranking of the Illidan Academy has surely already occurred. Recalling Nox Von Reinhafer, the second son of the family, who will also bring him trouble in his search for an important family piece. His only relief is no longer having to worry about Talia, trusting that she won't break her promise. And there was no reason for her to approach him, or at least that's what he thought for a couple of hours, until the girl appears in front of him again, confronting him this time to find out how he became so strong in such a short time. But Nox, without giving it importance, walks past her and tells her that he already saw her training, secretly during that month. This embarrasses the girl, but she doesn't give up and insists that he teach her how to train. Seeing her insistence, Nox remembers something about Talia's character sheet. She wishes to be recognized by her sister, so he looks at her and tells her that, before asking him that she should think about how talented she is, leaving her speechless. Nox, not knowing how to comfort someone, throws her a cheerful look and tells her that she shouldn't compare herself to others, leaving her blushing. As he walks, still nervous about Talia following him, he realizes that it is not convenient for him to be seen while searching for the family piece. From afar, he sees his father with the whole family gathered in the barn, famous for raising the best horses. The father had gathered his children so they could choose their equine companion, who would accompany them forever. In that world, horses are considered sacred companions and are for life, besides being necessary for horseback riding classes at the academy. And for the last stage of the game, which involves great wars, where a means of transportation not as costly as teleportation magic will be essential, which makes everything seem unnecessarily realistic to him. Determined to choose the best horse, Nox is rewarded by his father for winning the duel, allowing him to choose first, entering the cavalry, seeing many beautiful horses, approaching a dark gray horse. His choice. This surprises everyone, even his father, who offers him another chance, implying that he might be making a mistake. But upon seeing the horse's stats, Nox realizes it has a high rank. The horse belongs to the obsidian category, making it extremely rare and an excellent choice even for his father. If it weren't for the fact that it has a negative trait called expected death, which only grants him 2 days to live. Even so, Nox decides to continue with that horse, confident that his knowledge can save him. For Theo, it is a bad decision, supposing that his son is projecting himself onto the horse, seeing it as a pathetic feeling and a disappointment, warning him that he hopes he won't regret it, and leaving, surprising the twins by not staying to watch his choice. Rodwell tells Nox that he must name the horse, and he christens it Carl, the name he used when he was a player. They both end up in Nox's room, where they had to do something that no one else could see. Although looking into the horse's eyes, he remembers his own, with that spark indicating the desire to live. So he begins his plan, calling Lorna, who is listening secretly from outside the room. Entering somewhat clumsily, she ends up on the floor again, surprised to be caught. Nox only wonders why the maid is always falling, but the important thing now is that he entrusts her with taking care of the horse, which annoys her because she is only in charge of cleaning the room. However, Nox convinces her, although in his mind he thinks that what is about to happen could be a shock for her. Not knowing if she could handle it, as it seems she will grow fond of the horse. 3 days later, Lorna tearfully shouts at Nox that Carr has died. The protagonist watches her calmly, and with some pity, remembering that the maid worked hard to care for the horse. Feeling sorry for her. So he asks her to calm down, as she is distracting him, but she insists that Carl had left them. Nox confidently assures her that he will bring him back, which makes Lorna think he's a lunatic again. He just tells her to stand behind him while he takes out a scroll into which he injects mana, creating a large purple rune on the floor. The rune turns off, and Lorna is surprised to see that she can use mana, thinking that perhaps what he is doing is illegal. Nox suggests she remain silent if she wants to prevent Karn from dying a second time because of her. The girl obeys while Nox concentrates, knowing that he hasn't unlocked his mana detection genius ability yet. But he remembers that what he is doing is indeed illegal, as learning the use of mana is forbidden to anyone under 15 years old, except for those in the imperial family, who are much more competent in magic due to the advantage of understanding the world from a very young age. As for Nox, he can inject as much mana as he can into the scroll until it reaches a point where he injects his single-use ability bonus, activating his dark magic to use the ability from the Book of the Undead, Necronomicon. With this ability, he can revive Carr, noting that in that world there are 2 types of undead: those resurrected by black magic or dark mana, and those revived without ego, resurrecting as beings 1,000 times stronger. In any case, they will always be loyal to their masters. The problem is that nobody other than the dark family of mages, the Marvas, should be able to use resurrection abilities and control the undead. Although Nox's family is of the dark category, they can only be knights. So using one of these abilities shouldn't be possible, but with his single-use bonus, Nox managed to use the Necronomicon. And so, dark energies begin to envelop them both. Nox feels a lot of pressure, spitting blood from his mouth, which worries Lorna on the street. Since there isn't much time left, although his mana is running out, it seems he's going to give up, until after being enveloped by the shadows. Carl rises, neighing loudly at the sight of Nox, who now sees him as a great imposing horse with a mane of fire, successfully activating the ability. Lorna approaches worriedly, while Nox checks Carl's abilities, seeing that his negative trait has disappeared. Satisfied, he tells the horse that he will be his master. At that moment, Lorna rushes to hug both of them, worried about Nox due to the reckless use of mana, and about Carl, who doesn't accept the scolding, thus beginning an argument between the maid and the zombie horse. Now happy, the protagonist thinks about his next move, finding the piece. So a few days later, in the darkness of the night, he decides to look for it. With his map, he easily finds a shining rock. To continue his journey in search of a special piece of his family, which seems to be a ring, which will be useful to combat his time limit. So he continues his journey to a place he fears entering, since theoretically, this is now his real world, and not a game. While reading the warning sign, he realizes he is about to enter a cursed forest, where he could die. The protagonist enters the forest of the missing girl, where he must clear everything or die. This is a forbidden place due to its dense fog, which can confuse anyone, no matter how skilled they are, making everyone get lost as if they were children. But that is not the real difficulty. The monsters present the greatest challenge. If an adult faces them, they will not obtain rewards, and their difficulty will increase, making fighting them very complicated. The protagonist recognizes that he died many times in the game before figuring it out, rating it with 2 stars, and an average of 5 in difficulty. In his past life, he really did it just to learn, not knowing what items were obtained in that scenario. Fortunately, he did, since it is perfect for combating his terminal illness. So he begins by lighting a huge torch that illuminates the area, and takes his first step, follow the smoke, or rather, the opposite direction of it. In this way, he begins to search in that direction, detecting something, to which he says, "Stop hiding." Receiving no answers, he decides to attack with his father, but we go back a little earlier. With Talia, still annoyed that her beauty had no effect on Nox, which has her very obsessed. Emma is very worried about this obsession, as she could also get a reprimand. However, the redhead assures her that she won't lose her job, which doesn't reassure her at all. Emma then reflects that Talia is so respected that she could be the next archmother of the family if it weren't for her sister. But that is no reason to be impatient since she can't do anything else, and so she assumes that Talia gave up and went to sleep. However, when she gets to the room, she finds no one and trembles in fear, thinking she went after the protagonist. So she wakes up all the staff to look for her. Returning to the forest, Nox stops before attacking, discovering who was following him, asking what she was doing there. But before she can answer, Nox stands in front of her to protect her from a huge gray wolf in a forest full of them. The redhead notices and only has a dagger to defend herself. These wolves don't notice them at first, as they only start communicating among themselves. Nox lunges at the nearest one, finishing it easily, which surprises Talia. The very serious Nox asks her why she followed him, as he supposed that if anyone did, it would be his brothers. The girl, still maintaining her innocent facade, suggests she was just taking a night stroll. With that answer, Nox, impatient, decides to leave her alone. Talia grabs his arm, agitated, starting to explain that she was thinking about how strong Nox had become. Suddenly, when she saw him sneaking out of the mansion, and she decided to follow him to this forest without thinking too much. This relieves the protagonist, knowing 3 things. That Talia thinks well of him, that she doesn't want to kill him, and she is a small child who doesn't understand how dangerous it is to follow someone in the forest. With no other options, being a main character, he cannot leave her behind. So, using his arrogant attitude, he clarifies to Talia that he is not looking to help her. He only wants to prevent his family's reputation from being tarnished if something happens to her, leaving her ashamed. Nox thinks that with that level of contempt, she won't do anything dangerous again, but she seems rather grateful. Surprising him, she is about to say something important when suddenly hundreds of wolves appear, interrupting the moment. Talia, scared, clings close to the protagonist, whom she leaves because he knows she will be in the way when fighting. Thinking that even with that delay, he must continue his plan, aware that he has not yet entered the main story. So he is still in a prologue where no final boss will appear. But an evolution of the gray wolf, the elite gray wolf, although he admits that no matter how much he knows what's coming, it doesn't mean it will be easy. And the wolves rush at him, but they are met by the strength of his sword, not retreating. Aware that they are not cornering him, cutting down a few, he remembers when he was Joe Chan playing the game. He always repeated to himself that he was a damned weakling. Meanwhile, Talia watches him with admiration after seeing all the wolves he has defeated. Supposing that he still hasn't unleashed all his power, like in the gym fight, feeling that the protagonist sees her as a burden, since she can only scare the wolves away with fire. And the battle continues with the arrival of the elite gray wolf, back at the outskirts of the forest. A group is searching for the children, finding their tracks and venturing into the forest. The staff are very worried that they actually decided to enter, especially Emma, who wants to go in immediately for Talia, but Rodwell stops her, since that is a forest that not even the Reinhafer family has cleared yet. The butler acknowledges that being one of the strongest dark families in the South, admitting that he cannot clear a forest is synonymous with incompetence, which is why they have never announced it. Moreover, the fact that only children can enter and clear the forest has also not been announced to the town. He doesn't understand why Nox entered the forest, as he doesn't believe he was attracted by a mind-controlling monster, nor by another person who crossed the barrier. And with the caution he seemed to have when entering, he concludes that he entered intentionally. Rodwell must then admit that Nox is no longer the fragile master he was, accepting that the only way they will get out is if the young master uses all his wisdom. Upon hearing this, Emma falls to her knees crying, thinking that she was the one who caused Talia's death. Meanwhile, Talia was still in the forest, now taking out her dagger to defend herself. Nox, at least seeing her concentrated, is calm, warning her not to attack unless necessary. However, the protagonist only thinks that Talia could be useful, since finishing off a gray wolf is not that complicated. And she has learned to defend herself well. Despite this, he cannot consider her to cover his back, therefore he must clear the place quickly. Activating his ability, Genius Time. But a wolf wastes no time and runs directly towards him, surprising the protagonist, who receives it with a direct slash. This makes the wolves stop, until the elite wolf sends more of its troops to surround the protagonist, who begins to cut them down with ease. However, one slips past his blind spot and runs straight towards his back, with no chance to react. Nox only sees a dagger pierce the wolf in the last second. This was Talia, who shouted at him to take care of himself. She, standing on the tree, thinks back to Nox's words when he told her to run if the situation became dangerous. Something she bravely didn't want to do, surprising the protagonist. He looks at her while she asks him if he is okay. Still in a state of shock from having received help, the protagonist watches her until he feels an enemy. And he finishes it with a single move, knowing he cannot let his guard down. So he assures Talia that he is fine, which makes her relieved. He thinks he has shown his most pathetic side and tries to stay focused, but his hands begin to tremble. The debuff is coming, and he still has to deal with the elite wolf. It approaches closer and closer, stalking its prey, until looking directly at him, it lunges at full speed. The protagonist waits for it head-on, when the wolf changes direction at the last second and passes by his side, making a slash on his arm, and then hiding in the density of the forest. Talia worries, and Nox is also very concerned, thinking that this is much more complicated than in the game. With a cunning wolf that took him by surprise, since the elite wolf not only controls the others, but also takes advantage of the terrain's advantages. So now he must get serious, predicting the wolf's movement and launching a blow. However, the wolf dodges easily, noticing it was a trap to create an opening. Now he was unbalanced, added to the fact that his body causes him so much pain that he spits blood due to the debuff. With no possibility of reacting, he sees the wolf's large fangs approaching him, thinking about how he trusted too much from having cleared the game so many times before, believing he could handle everything they threw at him. This being a very foolish idea for someone like him. Luckily, before the wolf devours his face, a dagger is stabbed into its eye. Not surprised, he notices how thanks to Talia an opening has been created. An opening, so he lunges, piercing the elite canine, killing it. With no strength left, Nox is unable to pull his sword from the wolf, falling exhausted to the ground, spitting blood before. A worried Talia, who quickly leaps from the tree to help him. He looks at her with a smile and begins to thank her for helping him, but cuts off mid-sentence when he remembers that she will end up exterminating him in the future. So he returns to his cold attitude. She, with tears in her eyes, insists on asking him if he is okay with his wound. Hearing that he was fine, Talia feels more relieved, until she feels something on her arm. A spider, which she seems to have a great phobia of, screaming loudly. The protagonist gets alert, thinking another monster appeared, but only sees Talia throwing herself into his arms. Very scared, Talia says there is a spider, clinging even tighter to an uncomfortable Nox, surprised by her phobia of spiders. And he wonders why she followed him to the forest if she fears something so small, so he gets rid of it. And he tells the redhead that he has little faith in her as a knight. This makes Talia pout. And she pushes him, and when Talia regains her composure, the protagonist coughs up blood again. Nox pretends to be fine, as he couldn't tell her, but he was very grateful for her help in surviving. As he recovers, he tells her they must leave the forest, which is starting to light up. Outside, Emma is still crying for Talia, and Rodwell is also very worried about the problems this will cause between the families. Added to the bad reputation he already has for not being able to clear that forest before. But everyone is surprised when the forest fog begins to dissipate. In the middle of this, a gigantic wave of brilliant mana rises before everyone present, indicating that the forest has been cleared. To everyone's surprise, Nox and Talia emerge from the forest. Rodwell sees them smiling, as he has confirmed that the hierarchy in the lineage has just changed. In favor of the protagonist, who just sees all the cavalry thinking they were truly worried about Talia, who quickly receives a tight hug from Emma. Rodwell also approaches to tell him that his family is also very worried, which makes him think that the Dark family is softening if they worry about an inept like him. Emma continues crying in Talia's arms until her attitude changes from worry to anger. Lifting her with one hand to tell her that the reprimand, she will give it to her father, reminding her of the family rules. Nox from a distance notices the great strength of that maid, remembering the clueless Lorna. Emma tells her that the reprimand will be given to her father, and then thanks Nox for taking care of Talia, who affirms that he didn't intend to save her, which makes Talia feel like a burden, until the protagonist assures her that she took very good care of herself. Then the protagonist is resting from what happened, and then moves on to what is important, the hidden piece, an accessory he won by clearing the forest. This ring increases his stamina and mana, with a great special effect, which grants him part of the life force of the enemies he defeats. This is greater depending on the enemy's rank. With this, he plans to extend his life, although it won't be for long, as he can barely steal small amounts of energy, making it difficult to overcome the illness. But he is relieved to at least have a minimum hope to keep fighting. And when he puts it on his hand, he calls Lorna, who is spying outside the room. She enters clumsily as always, thinking that the protagonist can see through walls. And seeing her disbelief, he gives her a slap. And now, he wanted them to have an arm wrestle. She accepts, even betting a reduction in her salary. The maid calmly prepares, but is easily defeated, so she enters desperate mode. She won't reduce his salary. But since Lorna is very fond of gossip, and the protagonist's reputation is not very noble, he doesn't care about those things. Smiling, he gloats in his victory until karma charges him with the activation of his negative trait, causing him a fractured wrist and the flu. With this, he changes his mind about Lorna's salary and better asks her for some ice. She immediately notices that Nox is sick, but he tells her she just needs to rest. Meanwhile, something appears from within the system, observing him, knowing his true identity. And so 6 months pass, with Carl and the ring in his possession, both hidden pieces he hasn't even been able to use. Since he is being punished, the punishment is unfair, in his opinion, because clearing the forest should have earned him a reward. Even Lorna agreed, but she couldn't say anything against the patriarch because of her salary. Nox explains to her that he is the one who controls her salary. While the maid complains, Nox feels time passing. And with the announcement of the few days he has left, he decides to go talk to his father, just as Rodwell arrives to inform him that Theo is looking for him. And we see a flashback of Theo when he was young and standing on a battlefield where a great massacre occurred. While hundreds of flying demons approached, the patriarch furiously used his dark sword to attack. The disastrous day is recognized by Theo, who seems to sink into darkness until he opens his eyes, remembering that one of those days. One of his sons must learn to use the black sword, and it needs to be someone of pure talent, and soon because that person will also have to be sent to the other world. But these thoughts are interrupted by his butler, who informs him that Nox will arrive soon. The patriarch is annoyed by the delay, thinking about his son's feat of clearing the forest, something he couldn't figure out how to do. So he deserved a reward. But the vassals had opposed, ordering an investigation into Nox, in which it is confirmed that he was the one who cleared the forest. Immediately after, Nox arrives, greeting respectfully. The patriarch, without wasting time, tells him that his actions were not correct. However, it is his duty to reward those who deserve it. So the reward will be a request. Nox, confused, having never seen Theodore give a reward, fears it might be a trap. He clarifies to him that he can make him a request, whatever it is, although if it is something too exaggerated, he will reconsider his offer. Nox affirms that he will not ask for anything strange, but he must think about it. Theo accepted, setting him free. The next day at the mansion gate, Tal says goodbye to Nox, telling him that she will see him again at the academy. He tries to ignore her. Tal repeats her words, continuing with the same game, until Rodwell tells him he must answer the lady. Nox, instead of answering kindly, tells her that he will see her only if she becomes a complete knight, no longer afraid of spiders. Talia just hit him. Annoyed, she assures him that she will see him again, as a complete knight, telling him to prepare. To which the protagonist understands as a death threat, until Malo interrupts to thank him for saving Talia. Nox, still with his cold attitude, affirms that he never intended to save her, and that they should leave at once. As the carriage drives away, Nox seems to feel some nostalgia, feeling that he is starting to like his new life. Which immediately reminds him that he only has 146 days to live it, having no time to rest. Days later, Lorna tells Nox that they must hire new staff, just as Rodwell arrives to introduce an assistant sent from a Lydon academy for the protagonist. She will be his exclusive maid, Lavilla. The protagonist recognizes her when viewing her sheet. She had good stats, being a genius supporter. The negative is that she is two-faced, an expert liar, and a spy whose current occupation is keeping the protagonist under surveillance under his father's orders. Then he thought he only had 140 days to live. Time seems to pass very quickly, although he has managed to improve his stats. Now he is very close to entering the academy while Lorna fixes his clothes, asking him if he is nervous about his school life. He only thinks he is happy, because that way he will leave her in peace. Lorna pretends to cry, saying she will miss him, but cheers up when he tells her he won't touch her salary, which annoys him. However, he has no time to intimidate her, because if he doesn't raise his stats, he won't survive at the academy. Reflecting that he will meet the best cadets in the country and must survive to advance to the next part of the story, and try at the same time to maintain his villain role. After seeing Lavilla's arrival, he knows he will now be watched by her. Nox recalls how Theo rose so high, not only through his mastery of the sword, but also through his ability to distrust everyone. And we see Lavilla prostrated before an imposing patriarch, who tells her he has high expectations for her mission. She will position herself very well in the succession line of her family. Lavilla vows to help Nox wholeheartedly, but upon perceiving Theo's aura, she notices that he doesn't want her to help him, but rather to watch him and report all his movements. And so Lavilla remembers how Theo made it clear to her not to forget who her true master is. Once out of the room, Lavilla tries to calm down while observing a locket that seems to contain a photo of a couple. And she promises herself not to hesitate while Nox rests, aware that he has a spy nearby, and that Theo suspects he might be a victim of possession, something common in that world. Besides, he knows that the original story is Baal, the first demon, who truly possesses Nox's body. Knowing that the problem is Lavia, who is not an important character for the main story, but she has a sad story behind her. Originally, she was the next head of her family until her parents were eliminated by her uncle, which made her lose her place in the succession and have to escape as a maid to the Reinhefers. Lavia looks nice and cheerful on the outside, but rotten on the inside and about to become a broken character, who only makes one important decision before the main story begins, taking her own life. This puts the protagonist at a crossroads, wondering if it is really convenient not to alter the main story, saving a character who is supposed to die, and worse, if this could put the noose around his neck. The next day, Nox makes a decision, and he takes his two maids to hunt monsters in the territory. Lorna tries to get out of it by faking illness. Lavilla immediately agrees. Lorna tries to convince her not to obey in that way, but Ladilla seems calm, although Nox knows it is normal for a maid to be scared when hunting monsters. And he realized that it was a ridiculous request, and even though Ladilla's hands were trembling, she accepted immediately. The protagonist decides to play a little game with Lorna, telling her she won't be able to get away by claiming illnesses, or part of her salary will be deducted. Lorna, with no other choice, tearfully asks if she needs a bow or a sword. Nox smiles, his joy interrupted by the blonde, who asks him if she can inform Rodwell about their trip. Nox has no choice but to accept, since his priority now is to increase his life expectancy. And so they set off on the adventure. And so a few days passed in the previous forest, which was now a normal forest. Nox took charge of eliminating the creatures in the area, finishing them all off. After a considerable hunt, he managed to extend his life by at least 2 hours, feeling that it was working. However, Lavilla interrupts him by offering him water and asking if he isn't tired after an hour of hunting. This disappoints him because taking so long and not activating his ability, he only gained 1 more hour of life. Adding to the problem, the limited number of opponents available. During his day's hunting, he has finished off all the wolves, whose bodies are in the shed while he walks. With this in mind, he feels his plan is failing, thinking it's bad not to have monsters, which surprises the maids who see him as someone a little strange. With no other option, he decides to return to the mansion. Lavilla, very proactive, tells him she will prepare his bath. He thanks her. And she smiles. In response, Lorna tries to be proactive, but the protagonist is not interested, focusing on Navilla. Asking her a very simple question, who did she serve? This freezes her, not knowing what to answer. So Nox is clear that no matter how big and beautiful a sword is, if he cannot use it, he will not hesitate to discard it, with the maid's hesitation. He knows the answer. She tries to explain herself, but he has no more questions. Glad that at least she didn't lie to him, Ladilla does not stop trembling. But he assures her that he doesn't care who she serves. He will still see her as one of his own. And he will offer her help if she needs it, leaving a maid stunned and on her knees on the floor. With the arrival of night. In the maid's room, Lorna complains about her master. Ladilla goes along with it, thinking that since she joined the family, she had heard about Nox's change, not understanding how someone could change so quickly. Surprised by his achievements in climbing his position in the family. Unlike her, who was sent to the bottom despite being the legitimate successor, tightly clutching her locket. She reflects on what Nox told her. Although she doesn't understand what he meant, she believes she is also not worthy of serving that family. And with her own people looking for her to finish destroying her, she knows she will soon be fired. Despite all that, she maintains her cheerful facade and enters where all the staff are, who seem aware of her situation. Remaining firm, she feels the disdain in everyone's gazes until Lorna arrives. As always scandalous to look for her. She thinks that Lorna either doesn't know her situation or doesn't care. Whatever the case, the scandalous maid is making a mistake acting like this towards her. Lorna doesn't seem to care, as she takes her hand and starts leading her away. The blonde maid follows her with a slight smile and a dull look, thinking that both Lorna and Nox are just fooling around. The protagonist reads the letter from his room, in which Nox's father is accused of many crimes that he knows are false. A letter that Theo surely has already received. With this in mind, he is aware that even if he wanted to, he couldn't help, since this could cause a butterfly effect on the rest of the game. Sometime later, Lorna and Ladilla, hidden in the bushes, watch Nox hunt the wolves. Lorna is the one who notices that her master has changed a lot since that day, showing a total lack of mercy, which worries Ladilla. On the other hand, Nox is worried because despite having finished off many monsters, the random boss of the area has not yet appeared, which only appears when few monsters remain. And he needs to face it to raise his stats, thinking that once again it does not appear. Until something happens at full speed, exactly what he expected, a large elite hornet, which seems fast to him, but nothing he cannot handle, beginning to fight the creature that makes him retreat. Nox confidently waits for the next attack. Before the impact arrives, he sees it and intercepts the large stinger with his body, being seriously wounded at the stunned gaze of the protagonist, who doesn't understand why she intervened with a blow that wouldn't really affect him. Deciding to run towards her, admiring her bravery, since few people would jump headfirst at a monster to save another, knowing that he must return to the mansion. Meanwhile, Lavilla lies on the ground, with a large wound in her chest, thinking that Nox's concern is a lie, knowing that he is just another person who wants to take advantage of her. However, she is confused because Nox's voice has a broken tone of anger. Meanwhile, Theo finishes reading the letter about the crimes of Lavilla's father, information that Rodwell confirms. The patriarch thinks that since his objective with the blonde maid was always to take control of the Lavilla family thanks to her, however, his peace is about to be expelled, as the letter implies, removing all rights as a descendant of the direct line, which frustrates his plan. So now he argues with Rodwell about what they should do. With her, he suggests that placing a maid without a family next to Nox at the academy would bring them a bad reputation. And just then, they are interrupted by a servant who reports that Nox returned with a maid in critical condition, due to a wound and poisoning, for which the protagonist used a very expensive antidote without permission. Rodwell thinks it's the mandrake potion, which is indeed very expensive, causing Theo to think that his son has become attached to the maid, worrying about what those feelings could bring. Meanwhile, with blurred vision, she begins to wake up, strongly hearing the screams and cries of Lorna, who is beside her, very worried. The blonde maid, still confused, asks about Nox and remembers when she was wounded. Lorna explains that they took her there, and Nox used a very good antidote on her, although she doesn't even know how to pronounce what it was. But he even argued and threatened the doctor because of him. Thinking that her master still has a very good side, she, confused, wonders why he would do something like that for her. If he only used her. So she gets up to look for him, but Lorna was in charge of taking care of her. So she asks her to rest. She doesn't, instead she gets up and takes out her suitcase to start packing. Thinking that she doesn't deserve to be anywhere, taking out the photos from her parents' locket, leaving it along with a letter for Nox, thanking him for saving her and paying for the antidote he used, along with the locket. While hidden, she tried to flee, when she runs into the protagonist who asks her where she was going. Here we go back a little to the argument between Nox and the doctor, who cannot use the antidote without the patriarch's permission. So Nox tells him to administer it, and that he will take care of Theo. And so they gave her the antidote, and Nox leaves, observed by Lorna, who is very surprised. She receives the order to inform him immediately when the blonde maid wakes up. Upon finding Theo, he knows that Nox is there for the maid. The protagonist prepares for the conversation, activating his acting master ability, and using his eloquence to ask for the wish he granted him before, and Theo decides to accept his request. Nox, somewhat agitated by the effect of his ability that is disappearing, asks his father more personally to stop playing with his mind. And we return to the present. He insists on knowing where she was going. She, trembling, thanks him for what he did. But she has to leave. He insists on knowing why she wants to leave that place. The blonde confesses that from the beginning, the patriarch ordered him to be watched. So she deceived him, starting to cry. The protagonist mutters something. She repeats, agitated, that she deceived him. In this altered state, Nox recognizes Ladilla's true personality, a girl who does not want to give up, even dark times, so he tells her that deception is very normal in that place, accusing her that she committed a great offense against him and now wants to leave without paying him. She doesn't understand. So the protagonist explains that she will stay there even without a surname, as he is not interested in her family, but in her talents, expressing that he wants her to assist him until she pays for her deception. She feels great relief, lighting up with a glow and bursting into tears, understanding her master, and accepting to stay with him until the end. She remembers his previous question about who she will serve, returning to being the protagonist with a big smile. And eyes full of tears, she knew who she truly served, and Nox smiles, saying he already knew. The next day, Lorna is, as always, gossiping about the protagonist, when Nox arrives to tell her to at least say it behind his back. Finding herself caught, she decides to focus on Labilla, telling her to rest while she runs to wash the clothes. Nox thinks about how troublesome Lorna is, then talks to her, and tells her that in just 2 months they will go to Illidan. She affirms that all preparations are ready, while her master notices that the maid no longer tries hard to smile, because she got tired of acting. In this way, he trusts that even though they are pressured with each other, they will not betray each other, giving each other a sincere smile. Although Ludilla is not very calm due to the new rumors about Nox, he worries because that means they are worse than the ones that already existed. Something he thought was impossible. The maid tells him that some people think she kept him as a maid because she likes him. The protagonist is relieved to hear that it's just that, as he doesn't consider it serious, but he apologizes for involving her. She affirms that she only told him because it might make him uncomfortable. He is very calm because, with a reputation as an idiot, spoiled, and incompetent person, no other rumor could affect him. And he tries to downplay another rumor. He threatens to fire her if she is not sincere, so she reveals her biggest rumor, that he is a pervert, which does indeed embarrass Nox. Despite these rumors, Nox thinks his reputation is improving, going from being an inept to a capable, spoiled brat, which is not convenient for him as the game's villain, who must make the protagonist shine, so he must follow his plan. After putting the rumors aside, he asks her for help studying magic before entering the academy. This shocks her, as she knows it's illegal. However, she decides to accept it upon seeing his brazen and carefree attitude towards his master. So she will look for books for him to learn, cheering up Nox, who is quickly distracted by the commotion outside the house, as the servants rush with preparations for the welcome of the family's second son. Grind, an event of utmost importance for the protagonist, whom he plans to use to extend his life. Informing his maid that he is going on a distant mission, to which she looks at him worriedly. Then we move to dinner, where Theo and Grain are conversing. Nox is also present, who, seeing his brother's skill sheet, notices the skill-effective tension. Quick and meticulous thinking, in addition to his negative traits such as lust and materialism. Hypocrisy, contempt, and opportunistic aristocrat. Nox sees him as someone with a good facade, but also a terrible person, as his negative attitudes overshadowed it. But knowing he must beware of his political, social, and betting skills, as these were what allowed him to graduate easily from the academy. A place very few enter, and only half graduate. While Theo was talking to Grine about his trip to Chathers, the older brother confirms that he has a monster hunting mission in the neutral zone territory. On the border of Tahallan, a desert area without development used as a border, which besides being barren, is a place plagued by monsters. And that is how Grain received the mission from the Empire, Archeheim, to become a knight. He must have an ally for monsters in the area, a dangerous mission for Grain. But it seems easy for him. Theo, on the other hand, is worried, but only about ensuring he doesn't fail so as not to tarnish the family name. Nox sitting observes everything, remembering that this mission is vital for the story, being a subplot that connects with several plot lines, in which he decides to intervene, standing up to ask his older brother to go with him. Graham explains that there will be monsters and bandits, but he doesn't seem interested, to which the older brother, surprised, tells Nox what he has heard about him lately. This alerts the protagonist, who must be careful of his precise tension ability, which allows him to recognize people's intentions, thus beginning an interrogation about Nox's achievements, from his victory over the twins, how he cleared the forest with Talia, and harboring an adolescent now without a family. To all this, Nox only nods with a big smile. Theo ends the discussion when he strongly interrupts to entrust Grain with taking Nox on his mission. Being an order, he affirms that he will give him everything necessary for the mission. This leaves Nox uneasy, who suspects his father is plotting something. Grain interrupts his thought, ready to attack him, when Lo Villa appears accidentally, spilling wine on Nox's jacket. This makes Grain release him, causing the protagonist to go to his room. And when he leaves, he tells his brother that he will see him in 3 days for the mission, managing to get out of that problem. The protagonist thanks the maid, who only acknowledges that her master is good at getting into trouble, expressing her concern about his mission. The protagonist tells her not to worry, but the one who is very worried is Lorna. She greets Nox with a loud shout about the mission. He remains serene. But the maids join in their concern, given that Chatter is a place full of monsters and bandits, which the protagonist celebrates internally since he will manage to extend his life. Although he maintains that serene attitude externally, affirming that he will go alone, the blonde interrupts him, telling him that as his exclusive maid, she must ensure he is safe, so she will go. She didn't care if she got hurt because she knows she must take care of Nox, who should be very sick. With this, a bombardment begins that makes him feel useless, reminding him how weak he is, forgetful, and apparently not very good at keeping his own clean. All those little things he forgot when playing because they were not part of the gameplay, adding that if he died, the blonde maid would be in danger. So he accepted with one condition, that she learn to use the sword. She accepted. Furthermore, she admitted that she was already close to the horse, which annoys Lorna, asking her how she got close. She had used her share of the salary to win its affection with sugar cubes of the first level. With this, Lorna considers the horse a greedy beast, just like its owner, who gives her a slap, to then inform her that she will stay. And just then, Rodwell interrupts him, communicating that Theo sent him a book. Nox decides to go see him, believing that Theo was plotting something. Once there, the patriarchal father hands him a sword, which he doesn't know if Nox can really lift. He is surprised when he sees it, because it is the first sword of the family leader, an item that had never appeared in the game before. Since in his 25 virtual crusades he never found it, this makes him hesitate, confused, and undecided whether to take it. Theo notices it and explains that before him lies the sword that the first leader wielded his entire life. The confused protagonist asks him what kind of test this is. This is simply lifting the sword. The protagonist accepts, immediately gripping it. Then the sword begins to absorb his pure magic, changing color and turning into a black sword, exactly what Theo wanted to happen. Since this sword absorbs the bearer's magical powers and multiplies them to be much stronger with the sword. With this, Nox understands that it is a difficult sword to use, but at that moment, his eyes open in surprise upon receiving a warning. This indicated that his magic was rapidly draining, so quickly that even his ability started to go crazy. In this way, he knows something bad will happen if his magic runs out. But Tio tells him that if he wants to receive that sword, he must hold it for at least 10 minutes, informing him that the sword is called Stormbringer. The sword continues to absorb his power while the system tells him that the sword's attributes highlight that it absorbs the wielder's magic and enhances it, and that it can absorb mana from defeated enemies, and Nox's magic runs out. In compensation, this begins to absorb his vitality and strength, decreasing his life expectancy every second. This fills him with fear, wanting to let go of the sword so as not to die. However, his hands do not respond. Nox curses Theo, who continues to observe him with a severe look, thinking that this sword leads its wielders towards destruction. In exchange for power equivalent to that pain, the sword of the first patriarch who founded the family, since then, has not found among his descendants someone who could use it. Most users had collapsed just by touching it, even he only lasted an hour using it. With this, he knows that if Nox resists for 10 minutes, he can have it, risking that. The most useless member of the family uses it, accepting that Nox has grown and might have as much talent as the 3 sword emperors, confident that he could be the next patriarch and the one responsible for ending his life. Seeing Nox, with a look of hatred and exhaustion, thrust the sword into the ground without energy, Theo feels satisfied, recognizing the protagonist's power and confirming to him that the sword is now his. Nox, for his part, remains weakened and annoyed by losing more days of his life. Luckily, the 3 days pass quickly, and he begins his journey to Chatter, in the middle of a caravan of knights led by Grain, riding alongside Ovilla, who seems happy to carry all his luggage in a subspace bag that his father gifted him, and the sword was also there. And he also watched Grain, who was carrying several items from Theo, which he supposes are his payment for taking him. The caravan stops when arguments begin between the guides who seem to be lost. Grain arrives with them, annoyed because he hired the knight Rome precisely to guide them. This one seems to confirm that they are lost. Nox notices this and approaches with a big smile of confidence and offers to find the way. Grain clearly doesn't believe he's capable since he never left the mansion, but he knows that if he fails, he will feel humiliated. So he lets him try. Later, already settled in the camp, Grain shouts at his guides for being defeated by a child who never left home. Without understanding how he did it, his shouts echoed throughout the area, reaching Nox's ears, who calmly thinks it was easy for him to find his way, since he knew it by heart from the game. Although for the blonde, Nox's explanation is that he followed the track of the buzzard monster, whose habitat is in the south. The maid fears if it is dangerous to be near a being that is half owl and half bear. But as long as there is fire, everything will be fine, affirmed the protagonist. Later, many in the squad begin to affirm that the younger brother is surpassing the older one. Grain, upon hearing this, speaks with his butler Schultz. With him, he plans a scheme to test Nox's strength. To do this, his butler takes out a mysterious bag, which he affirms will give the protagonist a very long night. And so these two go to sleep in their tent, although Nox does not sleep but waits seated with the sword, listening to the sounds of the forest, believing it was time, leaving the blonde there, and when he goes out, he finds 4 male ogres. And he easily notices that in the tent, there are ogre pheromones mixed with dirt, which attracted the ogres. For his brother, these would be intimidating monsters, but for him, they are just mere health points. Preparing for the attack, while charging his dark sword, which seems to react very well. The ogres rush at him, and with great speed, he jumps to attack from the sky. Finishing off one of the ogres, the others rush in and are eliminated with great speed. Noting how useful his sword is, although he is a little afraid that it will leave him without mana. Despite this, he confidently goes up and lunges against an ogre, finishing it with 1 slash, leaving him full of confidence when he sees only 1 remains, which terrified tries to flee, so he calls Carr, who quickly appears with his great mane of fire, to charge Nox and go at full speed to destroy the ogre, so his combat gain was 9 hours of life. Just then, she comes out of the tent, worried by Nox's complaints, who told her to stay inside. The maid, upon seeing the scene, suggests alerting the others. The protagonist tells her that no one else is in danger, since Grain used pheromones to attract the ogres. With this, the maid assumes that he was trying to keep the protagonist at bay, which he himself accepts, since his older brother surely wanted to test him. But such dirty tactics are not important to Nox, who collects some blood from the orcs, this being another way to attract more ogres. Because these are like humans, they will seek revenge for their fallen comrades. A little further away, the rest of the camp sleeps peacefully, and Grain is awakened by the loud sound of a mana detector, which detects nearby monsters. But for him, it makes no sense since they haven't entered the forest yet. Assuming the detector is defective, until his terrified butler enters saying they must evacuate. Both exit their tent in a rush, only to see what his butler is reporting. The ogres had invaded the camp. Grain just watches the scene terrified until dawn arrives, and thus we see defeated ogres. And also many injured, for which they must reorganize. In another place, Grain continues to scold his butler for confusing tents and attracting the ogres to them. But he swears he didn't make a mistake. On the other hand, Nox very calmly prepares to eat with his maid, who affirms that she cannot eat with him due to protocol. But he convinces her when he tells her that it is not convenient for him to be far away when dozens of ogres appear, as happened in Grain's camp. She sees him as a scoundrel, and the protagonist suggests she get used to it, and Grain orders the camp to be packed up, which Nox, while eating, sees that the tents still have blood stains from the orcs. She also notices this and asks him if he will help them when more ogres come. But Nox had no intention of doing so, but of course, he couldn't say that because she would get angry. But his intention is for more ogres to come to continue increasing his life. And so, as he finishes eating, he sees the sun rise with a big smile and tells his maid that it is time to leave. Meanwhile, an ogre walks through the forest and is easily destroyed by a complete stranger. And so the second day of travel begins. Nox rides while hitting the ground with a stick, recognizing the terrain. Then his brother approaches, asking him what he will do with the ogres. The solution the protagonist gives is to leave the forest quickly to avoid problems. Gree is not very convinced. Then the protagonist gains the trust of the soldiers by taking command. And they seem to admire him and speak well of him. Until one asks him why he keeps hitting the ground. He replies with a big smile. It's because that monster will appear at any moment. Just when everything starts to shake, a gigantic worm emerges from the earth. Known as the malformed dragon, which the protagonist expected, which had a high level despite having no magic. It was just brute force. Its danger is greater than that of a dozen orcs, a difficult rival he wanted to face. Although it is not convenient for the squad to know that he summoned it by hitting the ground, now his battle plan is to hide. The soldiers are surprised by such a decision, but Nox prefers his enemies to fight each other, since he just had a plan that involved the ogres following them. These just appear, putting them between a rock and a hard place, which terrifies La Villa. His master calms her by telling her that the confrontation will be between his two enemies, since the worm mainly feeds on orcs. And the orcs only sought revenge. And indeed, the worm begins to devour the orcs. These defend themselves by attacking, while everyone else is hidden, and Grain doesn't understand how Nox had all that information. On the other hand, she, still surprised and scared, watches as the protagonist starts throwing rocks at the orcs. But the protagonist cannot explain this to her, noting that by attacking the orcs at least once, he can steal experience from the worm's kills. Slightly raising his stats, gaining 8 hours of life, however, everything ended too quickly. Nox cannot want it, nor the rest of the team. Graham thinks that although he used the ogres, they lost, seeing no possibility of victory. Intending a retreat. But Nox orders the squad to attack. The strategy was to throw arrows or spears towards the worm's mouth, which the brave soldiers obey. Distracting the monster, while the protagonist activates the Genius Time ability, feeling time slow down. Running through the arrows to cut the worm, again and again, flying over it. Only to return and keep cutting it, falling to the ground with a big smile, while the gigantic worm explodes. Gaining 10 more days of life, leaving him with 122 days left, and also achieving stamina reaching 5. The curse of the week disappears, along with his growth blessing, and suddenly everyone starts congratulating him. He courteously thanks them for their help. They congratulate him again, but everything changes when the earth shakes again with the appearance of another worm, which surprises Nox, and everyone gets scared, moving to their positions. But before reacting, a person appears at full speed, cutting the worm in a single move. The protagonist recognizes him, wondering what he was doing there. The newcomer introduces himself with a big smile, to everyone's astonished gaze. He was the sword genius and the strongest character in Inner Lunatic, one of the sword emperors, along with Theo and a student of Celsius, whose name is Paracelsus. He, with a big smile, patiently awaits the noble's gratitude for saving them. His attitude towards the protagonist reflects his clear hatred for nobles. Precisely, Schultz feels that his master was insulted, to which the monocled boy only introduces himself as a mercenary. Nox continues observing him without saying anything, thinking that he understands his hatred for nobles. His only concern is that he shouldn't have met him until the academy. Not understanding how he should react to that, he continues his journey with him anyway, discovering that he is also going to Chathers. Nox follows from a distance, listening to him, assuming that the boy with the monocle is on a mission before entering the academy, while his older brother. Seeing the mercenary's confidence, he decides to offer him a job to help them in the hunt. This one is not interested. However, he admits that he is curious about both brothers being sons of the sword master. This seems rude to Grain's butler, who confronts him, but his boss stops him to tell the mercenary that he is thinking of supporting him. However, his real intention will downplay Nox. Sometime later, they arrive at Chater's, a place that, according to the protagonist, looks much more deserted than it appeared in the game. There is a small, very dirty girl asking for food, but Green is arrogant. The protagonist simply ignores her, a little uncomfortable, and Paracelsus looks at her with concern. But his face changes to surprise when a man appears in front of them. This is Tegan, the town's security chief, who welcomes the duo of brothers. While Paracelsus watches them from a distance, curious that despite being sword masters, and they can deal with a giant worm with good techniques, these are still protected nobles. Which makes them a disappointment, especially in that city that is clearly barely functioning, and whose administering knights embezzle funds to fill their stomachs, causing famine in the town. And Tegan shows them where they will spend the night to give them their mission the next day, and everyone begins to settle in. Paracelsus approaches Graham to reject his offer and continue with his initial plan, wishing him luck, which annoys the older brother, who recognizes him as a mere annoying commoner. He simply says goodbye, expressing that rumors follow the competent ones. Nox watches him from a distance, feeling that he will surely see him again very soon. With the arrival of night, Nox prepares to sleep in his room, where from a window he manages to see several small children around a bonfire. In response, he ends up going down to bring them food, knowing clearly that he cannot do much. Feeling that this is a form of kindness from his true self, seeing the little ones cry with happiness while eating, he thinks that he wants to create a world where they don't have to beg for food. But for this, he must survive. From a distance, someone watches him while he hands out the bread. This was Ovilla, who is happy to see that her master only acts cold, but is not really so. The next day during their tour of the village, Tegan explains that during winter they ask the imperial family for help to protect what remains of the village, which clearly needed repairs. Nox listened, remembering that really when the first wave arrives, that place will be annihilated. As it is a subplot, he can really decide whether to save it or not, and it will not affect the main story. However, he always saved it because that city will have great value in the future. Tegan continues explaining the increase in monsters, which according to the protagonist, will also bring him future benefits. The real problem is the sighting of a griffin, which everyone knows will complicate things, since even he knows that it was a monster created to scare away, not to defeat, recognized as the king of the desert. But for the protagonist, it is his next objective. Arriving at the desert spot that connects the neutral zone with Tagilin, observing the place. Starting to talk to Tegan about why a griffin would be in an area so different from its natural habitat. The city guards start sweating cold, not answering, which makes Nox recognize who the traitor might be, thus beginning a new submission to finish off the rotten part of the city. Returning to the village, Charles is upset by the humiliation Nox caused him in front of his master. And he wants revenge, precisely seeing the maid, aggressively approaching to cut off her path, to then grab her arm. She asks him if he has a problem, to which he replies yes, since because of Nox he has lost his master's trust. Now he will have fun with his maid. With a sadistic smile, he starts touching her. She wants to react, but stops when she remembers that if she does, it will bring trouble to her master with his family. And she decides to give up while crying. However, a surprise attack appears on her, hearing a voice that indicated if she had a problem with her, he would pay for it. She only had to indicate the method. Seeing him completely furious, this one, totally confused, threatens him, saying that Gree will not let this aggression pass. However, this makes the protagonist even angrier. Due to the threat, he cuts off his arm in one move. Jules continues insisting that he won't get away with doing that, since he will be punished by the family. But Nox was calm, and with a touch of sadism, he tells him that he doesn't understand his place, ending up embedding the sword in his back. Before a worried maid, who thinks about the consequences she will have when Grain finds out. He appears precisely annoyed with his retinue behind him. Grain notices what Nox did, starting to confront him, but after that fight, he asks him to explain the situation, stating that his butler tried to take liberties with his maid, something he, as a master, would not overlook. Green does not accept this, as she is just a commoner. This word unleashes the protagonist's fury, which, releasing a dark aura and an intimidating look, terrifies his brother and everyone in the room. And so the situation ends, expressing that his father will punish him if necessary, but when the mission is over. His terrified brother agrees. Nox leaves with his maid, while Green doesn't understand how his brother had become so strong. Now Nox on the outskirts of the inn sees Labilla. Still stunned by what happened, wondering if this will further divide the squad, wondering who they will follow. Him or his brother. But putting that aside, Nox approaches his maid to tell her that. As the useless youngest son's maid, he orders her never to lower her head anywhere. In the inn. The soldiers celebrate with beers while Graham, in his room, still annoyed, notes that Nox is a very real problem. And since he no longer has anyone trustworthy, he wonders who he will assign the mission to, especially since he thinks the sword he carries is his father's. His ideas are interrupted by Ron, the guide, who informs him that she has the situation under control. And that Nox is completely different from what he had heard. Graham also distrusts Ron, seeing that someone who only read books is better than a soldier trained in the area. Wondering if he can really trust him, but he agrees to use him, but only after the monster wave. So he orders him to clear the surroundings and watch Nox, who is very calm with his maid collecting potions. Preparing to go look for a new ally, the only genius character in the town, Elena. The potion expert, looking for her through a dark tunnel. In the basement, the maid doubts that this is the home of a potion expert. Nox knows that she has her reasons for being there, besides the fact that this is a secret route from the town, which will provide the only moment to recruit Elena before she gets another master. This does not clear the maid's doubts, until finally they see a light, and in a room they find Elena, who is falling over drunk, so much so that when she sees the duo enter, Enoch introduces himself with the best smile he has. She only proceeds to get scared in an exaggerated way. The genius's attitude disappoints Lavilla. After the initial scare and after Enoch identifies himself as a noble, the girl calms down and listens to the protagonist's proposal. He checks her stats. Lena is a half-elf, 21 years old, primary element wood. A genius with growth potential, who has many good qualities with potions and crafting and the blessing of manufacturing. However, her great negative trait is that she is quite fond of drink. This annoys the protagonist, who thinks that's the best for a good-for-nothing like him, which is why he wanted to recruit her. Although poor Lena is somewhat scared, apologizing, after a debate with the maid about whether it is good to recruit her. Nox decides to ask her to go with him, offering her whatever she needs. She refuses, since she still has to do something in that place. The protagonist asks her if it's about her friend May. This one, startled, gets up to ask him how he knows. The very calm one tells her that he knows May will be executed soon, but if she accepts his offer, maybe he can save her. And with a look full of malice, he asks her if she has changed her mind. Elena thinks about Nox's offer and her only friend, who apparently was a girl who fought against injustices, and who confronted the head of the guard for embezzling the funds the Empire gave them. She suffered because she couldn't save her friend at that time, and doubts she can save her alone, even with the protagonist's help. Despite this, she knows she won't be able to forget that matter for long. Meanwhile, the soldiers enjoy the good wine, especially the guide Ron, along with his group, who are not really knights, but only some deceptive bandits who tricked Grain. And they plan to kidnap him to demand a ransom, although one of them doubts whether it is convenient to mess with such a dangerous dark family. After an argument about possibly being in trouble, the leader calmed them down since they would have a life of luxury, returning to drinking. And suddenly, the whole place goes dark. Quickly, the bandits become alert, but before they can react, the leader feels a liquid splash on his face, without noticing that in the darkness, one of his companions has already lost his head, literally. Trying to reorganize, he moves only to find another one completely finished. Nox appears behind the leader, furious. The leader, completely bewildered, tries to attack, but the protagonist moves with ease, calling the rats. Despite being outnumbered, the bandits make it seem like they are at a disadvantage. But the protagonist knows about their crimes, their alliance with Tejan, their behavior, and their attempt to deceive his brother. Although upon hearing this, they try to negotiate, since he will gain a better position in the family, only having to look the other way without the need to enter the conflict. And then the soldiers jump on him, but they are easily defeated. With a victorious smile, he knew he couldn't hide his murderous intentions. This annoys him, and two more try to attack him together, but they are dodged. Then, with light and elegant movements, he sends them to the hereafter. Nox stands effortlessly in front of Ron, who feels frustrated realizing he didn't know the boy's true power. Deciding to attack with everything before dying. Preparing his stance and emanating a large blue aura, the protagonist awaits him next to one of Ron's minions. And the captain launches an attack, a gigantic mana slash called Chader's Southern Sword Cut. The protagonist sees it coming, annoyed by the naivety of his enemies, and with a simple cut of his sword, he disperses the bandits' mega technique. They cannot believe it, especially the one on the ground, who regains consciousness. But Nox eliminates him, and now the protagonist walks imposingly towards Ron, lamenting that the bandits were foolish enough to ask him what he wanted, because he had already achieved it. Nox smiles as his eyes cast a slight gleam in his purple aura, learning Chader's sword technique. And thus he closed his eyes while reflecting on what it meant to be a genius. In his mind, he transports himself to a white scene where he sees his reflection and wonders if a genius is someone exceptional, or if it is the one who can reach a level that no one else can. Seeing his reflection, he remembers that ever since he risked his life, he has always wondered what it means to be a genius. Touching his reflection, which explodes, revealing the darkness behind him, which makes him happy. Returning to the fight, Nox unleashes Chader's Sword Cut, which sweeps away all the bandits in its path. They try to escape uselessly, looking for help from their captain, who is on his knees. Watching how Nox masters a technique that took him 10 years to learn, observing how he approaches him. Jumping backward, shouting that if he finished him, Tegan would take revenge. Nox is amused because he knows there are no witnesses in that place, although he still hopes that some bandits survive. The protagonist seriously tells him that this is simple murder, smiling wickedly. He explains that if no one lives to tell the tale, it will only be a simple extermination under Ron's lost gaze. The protagonist, with a big smile, tells him that this is what the world will think, moving his sword forward. Elsewhere, May is chained to a wall, enduring mistreatment from Theon, who is annoyed because she refuses to work or be sold. Despite being hurt, the woman still smiles, expressing that she will never obey guys like him. Tegan grabs her face, preventing her from speaking and clarifying that she has no other options. The only options for humble people like her are to fight on the ground. At the spitting, Tegan is confused and becomes furious, hitting her hard, threatening to sell her to a black magician. The girl, whose eyes have no shine, begins to remember how her teacher told her when failing a lesson. That she had no talent for potion mixtures, which meant the last attempt for her. Confirming that she had zero talent, failing in alchemy, fencing, and everything she tried. Unlike Lena, who at a young age was already receiving praise from her teacher, who considered her a genius. Maeve saw Lena as someone who didn't belong there, with a brilliant spark that shone. Despite this, Lena always looked for her to play, which is why May was always envious of her. But her friend's smile always captivated her, and precisely for that reason, she decided to sacrifice herself in her place. Because her friend would achieve more in the world than she would. With this accepted, she tells Tegan that she didn't mind fighting from the ground, because that's how her whole life had been. And she didn't care what happened after she died, mocking him, sticking her tongue out. And Tegan's blows continued, hurting May when a voice interrupts them. It was Nox, who tells the girl to stop doing things that hurt her, or he will punish Tristalina if she leaves without life. Tegan sees him smiling, while the protagonist explains that by authorization of the imperial family, he will be executed. Since the bandit's strength had been annihilated, suggesting that he surrender. The corrupt soldier only sees him as a mishap, accepting the situation and noticing that he had arrived alone. Upon Nox's affirmation, the corrupt guard feels belittled by the noble, and facing his rival's big, confident smile. He draws his sword furiously, calling his troops and ordering them to eliminate him. They rush towards him. Noxall waits, closing his eyes to activate his ability. Genius time. The gears move and the soldiers slow down. With a 5-minute countdown, the protagonist begins to move between the soldiers, cutting them effortlessly in less than a second. By second 2, he is in front of the cell where Tegan was. He is still in the attack stance. For seconds 3, 4, and 5, he enters the cell and caresses the prisoner's face, deactivating the technique. Leaving 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, giving a potion to May, who, seeing blurry. She only manages to ask whose it was. He introduces himself and assures her that when she wakes up again, everything will be over. Tegan, on the other hand, surprised to see that he was left without soldiers, tries to move, falling heavily to the ground. Nox reveals that they were simply weak for him. Tegan, upon turning around, sees the massacre his rival caused and tells him he won't die that easily. Seeing himself destroyed, without his legs, and in front of the protagonist's terrifying presence, the corrupt soldier is filled with fear and disbelief upon seeing how he has lost against a brat. Nox, on the other hand, asks himself again what it means to be a genius, returning to his mind where he broke the mirror. Now he sees a shadow enveloping what remains of the humiliated Tegan, preparing to finish him off. As he looks his rival in the face, he realizes that the question is for the real Yo-chan. Not for Nox. The genius character, finding his answer, proceeds to exterminate his rival. Before the cut, Tegan sees his death, remembering how he was the strongest mercenary in Shaders. Inspired by his father, the leader of the town, a respected man everyone wanted to be like him. But in his memories, we only see a violent man who hurts a woman, and he asks his son why he thinks everyone follows him. The young Tegan, innocent at that time, does not know why. His father grabs his head tightly while holding the woman by the hair, and explains to him that it is because of strength. With great power, one can do whatever they want and get away with it. That was the law of the strongest in the border towns of the empire. The little one asks him if he was the strongest on the continent. He changes completely, releasing the boy and the woman, admitting that even he is a nobody on the continent. Since there are powerful swordsmen, and even boys Tegan's age who are already geniuses. His father assures him that he is still alive because he decided not to confront them. Returning to the present, Tegan is a corrupt soldier who did not heed his father's advice. And seeing that he has an unreachable genius in front of him, understanding why he is now dying. Receiving the final stab, exhaling his last breath under Nox's cold gaze. On the secret route, Aileen is sad until she hears Lavilla's voice, which surprises her. Since beside her was Mai, who has a big smile. The alcoholic elf throws herself crying to hug her friend, who comforts her thinking about her selfishness in wanting to do things alone. Leaving her friend behind. Lavilla watches them happily when Aileen asks where Nox was to thank him. She just comments that the master was busy, having a sincere talk with his brother. However, internally she is very worried since Nox did not want a peaceful talk. Precisely, Grain is seated waiting for Ron for his report. Instead, Nox arrives and asks to speak. His brother initially refuses until he notices the red stains on Nox's clothes. Who has a murderous look and aura. Accepting the talk, but first we go back in time. In the Reinhardt mansion, Rodwell reads the letter where, in summary, Nox asks for authorization to eliminate corruption in Chatters, and requests a reward for it. After much thought, he finally admits to Rodwell that the bandits and Tegan are dangerous. Not even Graham could handle them. That's why Theo grants him authority over the place if he manages to eliminate the corruption. But he knows that Ron's bandits are dangerous and sees little probability of victory. So the protagonist had put, in case of failure, that he would be willing to renounce his rights as the youngest son of the family. Rodwell asks him if he will accept his resignation. Theo is genuinely pleased, seeing confidence in clearing the city and taking possession of it, being the perfect opportunity to see how his son is in territory management. Rodwell understands and begins the procedures for the impeccable Soder-Gatchetters, leaving Theo, who wonders what his son is really plotting. Back in town, Grahan hears his subordinate's betrayal plan. Furious about the traitors and Nox's competence, he begins to fear him, but feels he must remain calm. Since if he doesn't pass this mission, he won't be able to be a knight, so he accepts his brother's offer. Nox suggests that he doesn't want much, just control of his troops. Grahan accepts immediately, feeling that his life depends on him anyway, but in return, he asks him to guarantee his life and the credit for the victory. Nox agrees, and since they are two requests, he asks for something more, so his brother ends up yielding his mind to him. Later, back in Lena's lab, she reads the protagonist's requests, which include a metallizing potion and a corrosive one. The half-elf together with her friend affirm that they have never done it, but it is possible. This cheers up La Villa, who, even though she is just a maid, asks her master why he wants to defeat the griffin. The other girls also think the same, since they cannot lose their hero in vain. Nox affirms that if it were impossible, he would not try. Internally, he is aware that everyone will be in danger if he dies, so he understands their concern. That's why he prefers not to tell them that he really wants to obtain something from the battle, and tells them to stop asking questions. The Day and the rest accept, but they do not seem very convinced. Even Nox thinks to himself that defeating the griffin at the beginning of the game is something he has never achieved. And so he prepares to tell the girls the plan, and thus the girls listen attentively to his explanation until he finishes by asking them if they understood everything. The girls affirm, and all that remains for them is to prepare for the execution, thinking that it will be complicated. But it will also have a great reward. Later, while feeding Carl, he continues to think that defeating the griffin is the only way to survive. At that moment, the winds change. The protagonist sees from above how a large quantity of monsters approaches. Behind him are all the defense forces, from Lena and her friend to Green and the soldiers. Nox, as the leader, indicates that everyone must be ready, since they will not have more opportunities. Everyone strongly affirms they are ready for battle. In response, Nox feels a strange sensation of unfamiliarity, feeling that he has truly become Nox Von Reinhafer, the supreme strategist who stands in front of the troops. Lavia approaches to insist on the danger. He interrupts her with great confidence to tell her to trust her master, since he will not die, leaving her speechless, launching himself from the wall. As he does so, he thinks that the moment he truly changed was when he made that promise, one that he can never keep because he is a terminal patient. So he goes against the monsters, launching a small purple sphere, which hits exactly a steel monster that begins to melt and liquidates with ease. With this, his stats and the sword skill increase. While thinking that without his promise he could probably die, seeing a horde of monsters rush towards him head-on, asking them to be his stepping stones to gain more life. While tearing them to pieces, confidently with a big smile, he finishes them off, thinking that if he manages to defeat them, he can spend more time in that game than in real life. His joy cannot be contained when he sees a gigantic figure appear in the sky. The protagonist sees it as a victory. Finally, that battle arrives, getting into position. The gigantic bird approaches before Nox's smile and everyone else's concern. The protagonist moves, leaving several monsters easily destroyed. From a distance, Lena is amazed that a human can fight like that, and May is also amazed that his movements are so fast that she can't even follow him with her sight, wondering what kind of people the Reinhavers are. Low Roman 6e intervenes, affirming that they are a family full of sword masters who have internal struggles to determine the next heir. Also very excited, she affirms that young Nox is the most talented among the candidates. Grahan listens to this with a tremendous headache, while she wonders why Nox doesn't get rid of the rumors. And precisely, May understands that the rumors about the protagonist are not true, supposing that he has his reasons for keeping him as a good-for-nothing. Something she doesn't fully understand, but she still asks them to keep the information that the master is capable a secret if that is the case. Alina understands and, very excited, affirms that her lips will be sealed, and the warm atmosphere is replaced by fear. When the griffin's loud growl floods the place, filling Graham and the troops with fear. The griffin stands in front of Nox. Observing from afar, Graham recognizes him as a true madman. The combat begins with the bird attacking. The protagonist dodges and at full speed seeks to perform a cut. But his enemy is faster and dodges him by flying. The older brother, for his part, plans to limit himself to obeying his brother's plan, ordering the troops to attack the griffin with crossbows when it is near the walls. With this, Graham feels confident, just when the griffin flies into the air, putting itself within reach of the weapons. Graham orders them to shoot. The giant bird takes the full impact, which leaves a hole in its wing, plummeting to the ground. Before Nox's gaze, who knows that the only way to defeat the griffin is to knock it down. Drinking the metallization potion that increases his stamina, and he launches the attack, remembering how during his conversation with his brother. They decided that he would take charge of the ballista, which Gren found base and cowardly. Asking someone else to take charge, but after valid arguments, he accepted, placing himself in charge of the ballistas. On the battlefield, he sees the griffin on the ground, thinking that now all that remains is for Lena's potion to take effect. Observing how the griffin reacts to take flight, rising. Until something on its wing doesn't react, and it suddenly falls, raising a cloud of dust. In it, Nox's shadow approaches, asking the griffin if it feels frustrated because a small wound is affecting a high-level monster. However, he explains that with the attack they gave it, it was full of potent poison, which will hurt him severely for the next 5 minutes. The griffin seems exhausted, yet it gathers strength to attack, lunging towards Nox, who sees him smiling since he only needs 5 minutes. His purple aura and the shining gears begin to emerge from his body, activating genius time. Seeing a gigantic claw approach him, noticing that it is very different to play it than to see it in reality. With a big smile of excitement, he decides that he will not die, lunging against the griffin at an inhuman speed, performing several brutal cuts that leave it badly wounded. Once he finishes his attack, he shouts to his brother, who is still surprised to see Nox so different from how he knew him. He decides to obey, ordering the attack, showering the agonizing griffin on the ground with more shots. And so a protagonist overflowing with power is ready to finish everything. Despite all its wounds, the griffin gets up to charge at the protagonist at full speed, who accepts the challenge and runs straight to confront it. With a big move, he cuts off one leg, and then, with a big spin, ends up shredding the bird, which falls lifeless at his feet. With victory secured, he puts away his sword just before his ability ends, bringing him the rebound effects of the debuff. Even so, he remains standing, facing the cheers he receives from the town. The system informs him that for his victory, he managed to gain 60 more days of life, increasing his life expectancy to 179 days. Seeing among the townspeople's cries of joy, the admiration of his new allies, and Lavia's tranquility, Nox can only enjoy this victory. Krahin, for his part, watches him with astonishment and fury upon seeing how his younger little brother finished off a monster that only masters could eliminate. Recognizing his strength, realizing that the family hierarchy could change, thinking that he must be on the winning side. Later, he approaches Nox to tell him that he will clean everything up while deciding to marry off the loot, and sends him to rest. Nox notices his brother is scared. However, his priority now is to continue with his plan, seeing the reward for the mission. A Griff Heart, which can be used by alchemists to increase someone's stats, or decrease them, quickly taking it to Alina, who is amazed by the possibility of creating weapons and potions she has only heard about. The protagonist, with no time, specifically asks for an elixir, giving her all the tools to create it quickly, and also taking the opportunity to offer them if they wanted to become maids of the Reinhafer family. The girls don't know what to answer, since they are only commoners. He affirms the same thing he told Ovilla. He would use them as long as they have something he wants, and in compensation, they can do the same. However, he will not allow betrayals. When he says that, he thinks about how complicated it is to create a monster core, something that had never happened before. And even less so with a hidden boss that was not even designed to be defeated. The girls, on the other hand, swear to follow him to the end of the world. With this, the protagonist leaves calmly and happy to have gained two good characters, informing them that they will leave in 3 days, where they must prepare the secret elixir. Then, walking down the hallway, he goes to La Villa. She stops abruptly to tell him that he is very different from what she had heard about him. Since he is not someone who only thinks of himself, so she asks him to promise her that if he ever sees things difficult, he should count on her despite her status. She accepts and continues on her way, saying to hurry or he might catch a cold. She watches him blushing with a big smile because of his concern, but it doesn't take long before her blushing face is now one of shame upon seeing that Nox was the one who ended up catching a cold. He asks her not to say anything to avoid increasing his embarrassment. She tries to comfort him, but he only sees ailments, literally numbered along with their level. Without being able to do anything. Time passes and everyone returns to the mansion, where Rodwell sees the new maids, who enter with him. In the nobles' parade, the rumor parade also begins. Everyone talks about the old perverted tales of the younger brother. Some with fear and others, simply, without giving credit for his feats. With all this, he knows he cannot change his image, so he takes advantage of it, adopting the villain's attitude. And with an intimidating look, he sends everyone who is talking to work. They leave immediately, and Rodwell informs him that the patriarch has called him for a private meeting. Nox appears before his father, who asks him if he has nothing to say. He then proceeds to tell him that he found out about his feats, both for managing to bring everyone back safely and for eradicating the city's corruption. He also mentions that even his brother recognized his skills, which leaves the protagonist strangely surprised, who thinks that Grein is plotting something. Theo quickly moves on to what is important, which is not these insignificant things, but the almost impossible mission that Nox proposed. And he fulfilled it, for which, according to the deal, he gives him the papers confirming that Chatters is now his. Nox notices that Theo still has something else he wants to talk about, and indeed, after much thought, the patriarch asks his younger son if he wants to take his place. This statement completely throws the protagonist off balance, who doesn't understand his father's attitude. Meanwhile, in the distance in the desert, a strange subject holds a kind of necklace that shows him several things. Among them Nox and the dead griffin. With this, he tells a wise old man that the Reinhafers are beginning to move. Now that Chatters is in charge of the youngest son, this masked, mysterious figure tells his assistant named Kremser to prepare for war. Seeing the doubts, his boss tells him that now they have nothing to lose, so he will go all out. Kremser heads towards the little girl, to whom he says that this is the perfect opportunity to take over the country. Then, returning to the mansion, Nox is still bewildered by his father's question. Rodwell saves him, saying it's still too early for him to answer, but Theo wants an answer right now. Therefore, the protagonist decides to decline the offer, alleging that he does not feel capable of assuming all the responsibility that being the head of the family implies. His father listens to this somewhat confused, but decides to respect his decision for the moment, ordering his son to retire to rest. Saying goodbye courteously. Once in his room, Ludilla asks him if his father scolded him. Nox tells her that nothing happened that he couldn't refuse. She moves on to the next topic. His new allies are already settled, to which Nox thanks her, and she replies that she is only doing her duty. And Nox knows that finding people who do what they have to do is difficult, so he thanks her again. And the important thing passes, the Elidin Academy, where he must become the best. Theo, for his part, feels it was complicated to discuss the succession topic with his son. Rodwell sees it as normal for someone so young. And unprepared, thinking that his refusal would have been greater if he had told him the implications of the position. Theo gets upset upon hearing this, as he knows that Nox's eyes are not those of someone who has decided his future. He doesn't fear the position or him, but something bigger and more serious, a fear as great as looking into the abyss. Believing that he feared death itself, the butler thinks that perhaps it is due to what happened to his mother, which Theo seems to understand with a resigned smile. believing that perhaps his son blames him for not being able to protect his mother. After this, he shifts his attention to his other son, Grain, who also seems to be making moves that they must keep an eye on, bringing him memories of that great massacre in which he fought. Now we move to Talia's home, who is very worried about her dress. Emma notices that she has 20 outfit changes, suspecting she is very excited about something else. The little redhead continues looking for accessories for her dress, while telling her she is nervous about her academy admission. However, her maid believes her excitement is because she will now see her fiancé, who is Nox. With this, Talia blushes up to her ears, evading the question with another related to her clothes, which annoys Emma, who also ignores her, which ends up angering her, awakening the little redhead's tantrum. Returning to the mansion, the Prada meets his new ally, Alina, who is sleeping on a table. Waking up, she shows her face reflecting her overwork, which makes Nox, who is going for his elixir, prefer to know if she is okay. Maya appears to tell him that this is how her friend gets when she is very focused, but that she is taking care of her. And Alina cheerfully interrupts them to show them the elixir that is currently shining on the table. Nox is surprised, slowly approaching to take it in his hands, revealing all its characteristics. This increases stamina and dexterity when taken in his hands. Alina asks him what he thinks of it. The system reveals that the effects of the elixir increase by 200% when made by a genius like Alina. Nox sees it happily since dexterity is a hidden stat that combos excellently with genius time. He decisively drinks the elixir, which causes a gigantic blue wing of mana to emanate from his body, which is absorbed into him. With a big smile, he feels that all the preparations for the academy are ready. So he marches with Ovilla, while all his current positive traits are seen, starting with sword genius. And mana perception, also genius of insight, of memorization, of acting. And mentality at 0, with 150 days of life, and with his mana sensitivity genius ability activated. And finally, the day arrives, appearing at the academy imposingly, getting out of his carriage to be immediately recognized by all the students who begin to whisper all. The rumors of Nox. The protagonist enters villain mode and saying aloud that all that noise seems to be the barking of dogs, intimidating everyone. On this reception day, worried. She noticed someone approaching. It was Emma who greets him happily. Nox starts to tremble, but activates his acting ability, greeting her, knowing what is coming. Just then, Talia, who is in her carriage, gets nervous upon hearing her fiancé's name, touching up her appearance before getting out like a refined lady. Seeing the protagonist, she thinks that although she knew something like this could happen, she didn't see it as probable. Remembering that before leaving the oven, he gave her news that terrified her completely. It was that he had been engaged to his future enemy, news that according to his maid, everyone knew. Of course, except for him. After checking it with the rest of the family, he resigned himself to being engaged to Talia, who in the present approaches to greet him happily, maintaining a rather awkward exchange of words with a cheerful Talia and a nervous Nox. Luckily or unluckily for the protagonist, they are interrupted by the arrival of a character that alerts the protagonist. Another academy genius, the star of the merchants and head of the Rivalin family, who has enough money to dominate the continent. Another redhead girl with a severe appearance named Alina Rivalin, who immediately recognizes Nox, holding an old grudge against him. He greets her without further options, only for the girl to remind him that she is the noble of the family. Of merchants, whom he scorned in the past, throwing him a smile full of malice. Nox is aware that Alina is the only daughter of the Rivalin family. She has a fortune capable of moving the continent. In the future, she will become the main financial dominator of the game, known by her nickname, the Wealth Fox, which makes him tremble with nervousness again. Nox recalls his first encounter with her, when as every spoiled child, he scorned her because of the way her family obtained their status, finishing with an idiot bitch die, get out of my sight, which made the poor girl cry. With this, he realizes that it is bad karma, the old Nox's karma, which is that now it is also his own karma. So he lowers his gaze, helpless. Talia looks at him with confusion, and Nox can only think about how he ended up between two redheads who could stab him someday. Alina notices his nervousness. Nox tries to compose himself to tell her to get lost. She recognizes him as the old Nox. Without hesitation, Alette asks if he wants any recognition, making the girl's hostility emerge, expressing that she expects nothing good from the shame of his family's son. Then he decides to check her stats. Despite being a 15-year-old girl, she is a genius of calculation and acting. She also has the Northern Sword technique, Gumel, as a negative factor. She is vain and proud, with an active skill called Rich Merchant's Eye. She acknowledges that the Rivalin family acquired their noble status because her father bought their surname. Although the girl doesn't really like her status, she has to use it. This keeps her in a constant state of anger that has increased more thanks to Nox. The hostility continues to be felt as they say goodbye in an impolite manner, but Nox takes Talia to the opening ceremony. Already at the ceremony, Nox thinks that if he cannot get rid of Talia since she is his fiancée, he will try to take advantage of the situation. Seeing that the place is full of noble children, he thinks about how he should move to recruit the strongest ones, of whom he only knows two, Alina and Paracelsus, thinking about his need to get allies while maintaining the main story. Although his current concern is that many nobles are watching him. Ladilla, very nervous about the nobles' hostile gazes, tells him that he is very popular. The protagonist feels. Natalia does not think that the hostile looks make him popular. Luckily, a nervous voice interrupts. All the service staff bow as a girl, eating a lollipop, appears. Very cheerful with white hair and extremely small, so much so that everyone can only focus on her height. Wondering how a child is at the sacred ceremony, thinking she is lost. However, the protagonist knows her identity, a monster that cannot be trusted by its appearance. Noah von Trinity. The age was unknown, and with the ice attribute, she is part of the Four Sages. Her positive traits are being a mana detection genius and carefree, and as negative ones, she has an inferiority complex. And laziness. Nox thinks aloud that he must be on his side, confusing Talia, who overhears him talking. The protagonist only suggests that she not talk about her if she wants to live. She greets them and introduces herself as the new and happy dean, until her attitude quickly changes. Warning that whoever mentions her height again will be sent to St. Peter. Then she informs them that the welcome ceremony will be a mission. Everyone is surprised to hear that since it was not in the contract. However, it is a new rule that the dean invented that same day to filter talents. In this way, she opens a gigantic magic circle at her feet and asks all the students to survive. The protagonist knows that this is exactly where his stay at the academy begins. Then on an island, the students begin to fall unconscious under the gaze of a bald man with a shining head, who yells at them not to sleep in front of him. His shouts are in vain, since really no one was conscious. Huso thinks until he sees the only one who managed to stay conscious after the fall, Nox, who despite managing to stay conscious, is still feeling the effects of the forced teleportation. The bald man sees the protagonist approach with the intention of confirming something, verifying that the instructor's baldness, named Vernon, is as bright or brighter than in the game, remembering that the story says that once his head was full of hair. This instructor, who was one of the first graduates of the academy, is jokingly nicknamed Takaki Vernon because of his baldness. Despite this, he is very skilled in combat. However, in the clash of gazes, the instructor notices that he was looking at him with pity, feeling sorry for the way they mock him because of his shining head. Nox immediately decides to change his attitude, activating his actor skill. The bald man thinks he is mocking him, but Nox deflects the topic, talking about the test. The bald man accepts, telling him to cover his ears, as he will wake up the sleepers. He obeys when Vernon claps. It generates a large sound wave that wakes everyone up, annoyed by the noise. Especially one of the students who becomes overly annoyed, insulting the one who caused it. Unfortunately, the bald man was right behind him, giving him a slap. With this, they turn their attention to Vernon, or rather, his shining forehead, which hurts their eyes, further annoying the bald man. Then some time passes, and after moving those who didn't wake up to a safe area, he proceeds to explain the admission test, which the protagonist simply summarizes. They must hunt as many monsters as possible on the island, from which a colored gem will fall, whose value will increase the less mana it has, which should usually be the opposite, but this is because the test has two objectives. On one hand, measuring the amount of mana each student has, which depends on the speed with which they wake up after No's magic. The second is to detect mana, however weak it may be, with which they must filter the rocks of that labyrinth created by the dean. Vernon finishes his explanation, stating that there are more monsters in that place than they have seen in their entire lives. So for this time, he will give them the advantage of forming teams of 8. All students turn to look at each other, while small daggers appear for each student. With this, the instructor suggests they start moving. Many still confused try to talk to the instructor, who quickly disappears. Celsus and a boy who, according to Nox's information, is one of the strongest, view the situation. While a pink-haired girl asks for help to assist a blonde princess, Eleanor uses money to assemble her team. And many look at Nox with some discomfort. He ignores them, thinking that in that place teamwork really isn't useful if he wants to keep growing. He must monopolize all the advantages, so he heads to the forest determined to go alone. From a distance, Vernon is still surprised by what the protagonist had done because he managed to stay standing against the dean's magic, and even more so now that he sees him rushing alone into the forest, thinking that he does not fear danger, although his gaze tells him otherwise. Intrigued by what the hidden dragon of the Reinhafers will do, who is precisely leaving behind a field of defeated monsters, and a large number of gems, which they don't even bother to collect. Continuing his way, Nox begins to be followed by a strange figure with white hair and long. Elsewhere, surrounded by monsters, are Talia along with the pink-haired girl from before, and the princess named Penelope, who is in an attack formation. However, Talia only thinks that her fiancé has escaped, asking for concentration. Because of this, the princess's aide tells her to pull herself together and be happy about protecting the princess. After a tough battle, they manage to defeat all the monsters and collect a purple crystal full of mana, which makes the princess think it is the maximum reward. But both her aide and she assume that since it is a wise woman's test, it shouldn't be that easy. So they must continue. However, most of her team is in very poor condition to continue, which annoys the aide, since he thinks that if they don't do it, they might fail in their goal of promoting the princess to the leadership of the Archegem Empire, which is rotten to the core, thinking that Penelope can change it. Talia, completely fresh, suggests gathering those who can continue their journey. A plan that the princess, with some frustration and feeling a great weight due to a figure that appears because of her older brother, she decides to accept. Meanwhile, the icy atmosphere makes the protagonist remember his negative traits, with the effect of cold hands and feet. Besides, he is short of breath and moves slower, so he has to use a basic fire spell to stabilize himself and continue climbing the mountain. As he approaches the summit, he feels colder and colder. From there, he uses his magic to feel the presence underground, discovering the truth. The entire island has been formed by magic, from the mountain to the monsters. Without knowing how much mana Noah can have to do something like this, but he decides it's not important for the moment. Continuing his way, he runs head-on into several ice trolls, which he recognizes as the main novice killers. For him, they are not complicated, starting to fight, easily dodging their blows, until one almost manages to connect. The protagonist ends up destroying their weapons in combat. He realizes that Noah is obsessed with talented students, and at the same time doubts that she decided to send them against ice giants, since they are too difficult for normal young people, so much so that this training would be a massacre in terms of difficulty. With this, he deduces that there is something else. While the white-haired figure continues observing him, Nox lunges against them, who curiously are in a repetitive formation. recognizing their patterns, being able to dance easily among them. And this is how he reaches the end, achieving a strong thrust against the last troll, which ends up destroyed on the ground. From the monster's body comes out a gray crystal that Nox takes. He knows very well that this was exactly the piece that Noah had hidden, which he will use to exchange for the scroll he needs most, the one he will use to strengthen his genius time ability. Then we move to the place where Alina is, hearing her team load another pink jewel, with which they think they have an advantage. Although the rich girl agrees, she remembers how the protagonist left alone, which unsettles her, remembering her past after her fight with Nox, when her father scolded her, saying that they could only be a family that nobody scorns if she climbs higher, and that they needed all the support. For this, he had sent the little one to give young Nox everything she wanted. Returning to the present, Alina assumes that Nox knows some secret. Using her cheerful facade, she proposes to everyone to accompany her to the top to continue getting jewels. Of course, all for a generous payment. Some listen to her, others refuse because it is dangerous. She insists that the pay will increase, convincing a couple more, thinking that everything is solved with money. Although what is important now for her is to find out what Nox thinks. With her cheerful facade, she decides to continue. On the other hand, Nox thinks that taking that risk is worth it to improve his ability, genius time, which is very complicated to improve unless you unlock the dexterity attribute, so he must continue with his plan regardless of whether it draws attention. And when he is ready to continue, he feels something approaching and deflects the attack. His face fills with fear when he sees Paracelsus's big smile, who tells him he is happy to see him. The protagonist sweats cold, in the exchange of glances, thinking that this shouldn't happen, observing the stats of the sword genius. And the combatant, who is also a medical genius, besides being competitive, but strong and kind to the weak, compulsively lazy and disdainful of nobles, and who shouldn't really be there, since in the story, in that chapter, he should be in front of the real protagonist of the game to be inspired by his personality. After the latter saved Alina from falling against a monster. Seeing this, he worries that the story was wrong, and his nervousness increases when he has a knife thrown by his rival, who asks him for the jewel. The protagonist activates his acting ability to remain firm, defending himself as best he can from Paracelsus's strong blows, thinking that since the real game protagonist doesn't exist in that line, he must stop him himself. For Zeltsu, understanding nothing, continuing with his attack until they separate, and he offers him a deal. The jewel in exchange for continuing his path. Nox refuses, determined to continue the combat, knowing that despite being in front of one of the strongest characters in the game, his talent has not yet matured, thinking that at that moment genius time could win. His eyes turn serious, remembering that if the real protagonist doesn't exist in that game, he must save Alina from her destiny. Determined to play a psychological card, he tells Paracelsus that he knows the reason why he joined the academy is to discover the truth behind the death of his master, Celso. This infuriates him. Alina, for her part, climbs to the top of the mountain, meeting the princess and her group, including Talia. There the millionaire affirms that she should not interfere with her princess's path, but she is more focused on Nox and Paracelsus, who continue to have a brutal fight in which Penelope has no intention of participating. The employee also wanted to fight, but they clarify to her that none of them could be defeated individually unless they were severely wounded. And much less could they do it if these decided to join forces. However, the princess seems to give him an order she cannot refuse. Alina is also incredulous upon seeing the strength of the one she thought was an inept. For her part, Talia, worried about the fight, asks the dangerous girl who Nox is fighting, clarifying that he is called the Destroyer of the East. The Grey Wolf, the famous young man known for massacring groups of large eastern bandits. Paracelsus. Although what surprises the princess's aide is how capable and strong Nox is when he sees him fight, feeling that he would be an excellent knight if he weren't a useless, lustful person. Talia tried to defend him, but she cannot make an argument against the lustful part. Returning to the fight, Paracelsus continues his furious attack, which Nox could read very well. Happy to have thrown his rival off balance by mentioning her master. However, he quickly begins to block stronger attacks, which he can barely stop. Returning to messing with his rival's mind by telling her that he feels attacked as if he had annihilated her master. This increases his rival's fury, as well as her speed, attacking wildly. Although Nox dodges with ease, managing to identify her patterns due to her immature technique. Deflecting a blow to land a strong knee strike in the stomach, making Paracelsus recoil, only to easily recover. With a smile of confidence and anger, the attack returns faster against a Nox who can only block and maintain his arrogant attitude, while internally he thinks that he won't be able to prolong this combat for much longer. Because blocking his rival's blows was getting harder and harder. Paracelsus, for his part, adopting a psychopathic attitude, activates a blue aura around his sword, which Nox recognizes as his living sword technique, an emperor-level technique, which, if activated, will mark his end. So Nox endures everything he can while blocking, dodging, and messing with the Grey Wolf's mind, saying that his attitude towards people makes him look like a low-class commoner. But Paracelsus replies that thanks to the nobles, the world is screwed up. Continuing with the exchange of blows and words. To Nox, who seems more and more tired. The protagonist tells him that his attitude is just an excuse to look for someone to hate, which only makes him waste time. The clash of swords continues, with a protagonist who keeps using the dead master card. More and more nervous, thinking that he only has to hold out until 9 for a leaner to be attacked by a monster in just 2 minutes. However, the Grey Wolf is willing to remove a few joints before extracting whatever he knows about his master. The protagonist does not see this as convenient unless he wants to be punished for attacking a noble. This makes his rival think twice, especially because he notices that there is a large audience. But Nox has no interest in this, as he knows that the next move will be the end. Paracelsus takes confidence and decides to test it by attacking at full speed. Nox only smiles, activating his genius time ability, and with an almost unpredictable move, intercepts his rival with a blow so strong it sends him flying. While a shadow moves across the terrain, straight towards a distracted Aliner, who is more focused on Nox's victory against the Academy's strongest, until her attention returns to the black shadow emerging from the earth, materializing into a night walker from which she cannot escape. With no other options, she only resigns herself to dying trembling with fear, until a sound surprises her, cutting the shadow easily, without wasting the opportunity to call Aliner pathetic. She asks him why he saved her. Nox maintains his villain role, mocking the team's ineptitude, the girls who couldn't handle a simple monster. Although deep down, he knows very well that monster shouldn't be there. It is something triggered by the original protagonist of the game, who is also important in the destiny of Paracelsus's master. But none of that matters now that Nox knows there is no original protagonist. Just then Penelope hears him and reprimands him for the way he spoke to Aliner. Nox recognizes her as the princess and greets her cordially, but she continues her scolding, saying that a night prowler is not a monster that mere students can defeat. Nox replies that you can't always choose your enemies, something he thought the princess would understand. The aide gets annoyed by Nox's tone, intervening and asking him why he spoke like that. If he himself had seen that the situation was out of control, and that's why he decided to intervene. The protagonist immediately recognizes the dangerous one, as Echidna von Janos, the princess's closest person, and the next head of the sacred Janos family, nicknamed the Serpent of Greed, who, due to her contrast, does not get along with her dark family. And in his villain role, Nox ends up calling her a dog of the sacred family, which infuriates Kisna. But before the argument escalates, Vernon's loud shout interrupts them, making them stop fighting. Vernon falls among them with great speed. Nox asks him if the test is over. The bald man nods, and Nox hands him the black stone. Surprised by the result, Vernon proclaims him the winner of the test and awards second place to everyone who found the pink stones. Penelope does not remain silent and asks him about the Night Walker's attack, demanding an explanation. He agrees that an investigation will be conducted, although he knows that will not be enough due to the great danger. So he promises an external compensation for Alina and also for Nox for saving her. Arrogantly, Nox rejects the compensation and withdraws, wanting to avoid further involvement with the troublesome girls. Especially now that he knows that his world is involved, having to maintain that role so it doesn't seem like he tried to save her. Alina follows him to ask him more, but Nox only pretends that he eliminated the monster because it was nearby, leaving her confused. He knows she doesn't believe him because the so-called Fox of Wealth is a cold and calculating person who believes any will can be bought with money. Then, very confused in her carriage, she talks with her young butler, doubting everything that had happened, deciding that she must investigate more on her own, although the butler offers to do it for her. She refuses, considering the risk of going against the Reinhafers, and her butler accepts with a smile. While reading the study modules. On the other hand, Nox finds himself faint, attended by La Villa, who is worried about his hands and cold feet. He assures her that he is already cured and tells her not to worry, at least about the illness. But he fears what will happen now, since he knows there is no protagonist, and without him, the story will not advance. And he knows that he won't be able to recover his memories, as the system had indicated. Luckily, at that moment he has an idea, which makes him shout out loud, scaring the town. Nox happily finds a way to be both the villain and the game's protagonist. Meanwhile, in the middle of a battlefield, a blonde woman stands imposingly over a pile of bodies. This is Luna, who is informed that the demonic humans have started to move, which indicates that he will awaken. Hearing this from her assistant makes her think that the entire continent will be stained with blood again. So she sends DHU to prepare, putting on her jacket with a symbol. She moves forward, thinking that everything she does is for the end of the Al-Kejim Empire. Then in the city, Nox remembers his time as a gamer, when he and his gaming buddies agreed that the line dividing protagonists from villains is very thin. Except in some cases, like beings of supreme evil. Many people preferred deeper villains. This popularized the creation of villains with great traumas, similar to those of the protagonists, which makes them fascinating characters for players. Thinking about this while walking through the dark streets, analyzing that a villain cannot be the protagonist. And if that is the case, there is only one way that world has not led to destruction. By lacking a protagonist, which is that he must take on both roles, and this is how he arrives at a strange magical alley that he enters. Without enjoying risking his life, but being necessary to find the strongest villain organization that wants to destroy the empire Luna belongs to. The lunatics. Returning to the academy, all the high command is very worried about what happened in the test. A mustachioed subject blames Vernon, unleashing a fight that is not calmed down in an unfriendly manner. The men stop fighting to move on to the next point. Noah is annoyed because they haven't even let her talk about the topic. They ask her what they will do about the Night Walker's summoning. Noah assumes that was the beginning, since by attacking the richest woman on the continent. Whoever did it has a clear objective: attack the Empire's finances, expressing to her men that they prepare for what is coming, and also warning them that they will deal with a great talent inside, remembering how she chased Nox in a more adult version of herself, recognizing him as the most talented man in the academy. What surprises everyone is hearing Noah admit that Nox might be even more talented than her. Returning to the protagonist, he arrives at an inn, where a bartender named Crayon asks him if he is lost. Nox, knowing his identity, ignores him and recites a secret code that the bartender immediately recognizes, letting him pass without knowing how that person gave it to him. Nox continues on his way, moving some coded potions that activate a large blue flash that envelops him. This magic is high level, deactivating his Mana Genius ability, forcibly transporting him. Appearing dizzy in a secret place, where he is greeted by a threatening sword at his neck. Held by Luna. The protagonist names her Luna, leader of the lunatics, member of the 3 Sword Emperors. of unknown appearance. This surprises her, and she asks who he is. Nox introduces himself and asks to join the lunatics. Back at the academy, Paracelsus watches the sky from his room window. Thinking about Nox, or rather, how he knew about his master's fate, mocking the rumors that say Nox is a disappointment to his family. Since he even managed to surpass him in speed, perhaps matching his master's quickness. Paracelsus analyzes how everything he knew about Nox before entering the academy was manipulated to make him look weak, without understanding why someone so skilled was hidden. However, that does not change his plans to trample anyone who gets in his way. And if they are noble, even better. After this, he falls asleep and remembers his master, who tells him that the empress of the kingdom went mad by ruling with tyranny, dividing the imperial family. In opposition to her appeared Princess Penelope as a benevolent leader, willing to take the position instead of her not-so-benevolent brother. Celso told Paracelsus that he would have to choose a side upon joining the academy. This was the last task he gave him. The next thing he sees is his master telling him that he has given him everything he has, then falling to the ground with a fatal wound caused by a mysterious hooded figure, leaving the gray wolf in a state of shock, who wakes up suddenly, only to notice his hand shining, annoyed that his dead master still appears in his dreams. Returning to Nox, he observes Luna's stats. Who is 20 years old, her element is lunar, sword genius, aggressive, and she possesses a mental eye. Among her negative elements are her madness, her agitation, and her berserker state. Her passive skills include fighting spirit, piercing eyes, and intimidation, while her active skill is lunar sword and mana explosion. Nox recognizes her as a formidable warrior, who is one of the 3 sword masters at such a young age, with an unattainable skill. Although dark sword techniques can only be learned by being the patriarch, the lunar sword technique can be learned if Luna's trust is earned. For that, Nox must join Lunatic. However, Luna distrusts him, asking what a Reinhafer is doing joining criminals, while driving the tip of her sword into Nox's neck, making him bleed and frightening him. The protagonist shouts that he wants to destroy the Empire. With this answer, Luna lets him go, listening to Nox tell her that first he must destroy the Academy, which is the base of the Empire, and that he is there to serve her as a spy. Luna belittles his skills, but Nox's confidence catches her attention. So she orders her assistant Dove to prepare a lunar trial. And this is how Dove hands Nox a hood, and then guides him to the deepest part of the forest where there is a combat platform. There, Dove instructs him to enter and defeat all the monsters, making sure never to lose the hood, since if he does, he will fall into madness. Nox knew this, as he knows that the berserker trait is one of the worst traits of the inner lunatic that only occurs with the Crimson Moon. But in compensation, it increases his characteristics, which might be worth it even if it costs him losing his mind. The cause is a great Crimson Moon, which drives mad anyone exposed to it. Nox sees this as a 2-part test, fighting madness and facing the monsters. Something he had never tried, since in a game with a protagonist who would think of joining the villains, just as Luna orders him to become a corpse or join them. Nox is in the middle of the platform, while Dove casts a spell that floods the circle with a red light that attracts the monsters. The confident protagonist, who clearly cannot win against so many creatures, uses the second plan, deciding to take off his hood. This is madness for Luna, but the protagonist wants to take advantage of the situation to quickly increase all his stats. The main problem will be maintaining sanity, thus entering the berserk state with the risk of losing his head. He feels euphoric upon seeing his stats increase Doof. And Luna is surprised. The latter thinks he is crazy, and Doof suggests stopping him. Luna replies that they won't, since he won't listen anyway, plus they don't care if he dies. His assistant wonders if it's convenient, since they might have problems with Theo, but Luna doesn't believe Theo has any paternal love. So they decide to just watch, waiting to find out what Nox's plan was. He waits in the circle, watching how all the monsters approach him aggressively, lunging against them, starting to attack, while the world around him is painted red. feeling that this is the perfect description of this test, noticing how not only his stats increase, but his body has also become bigger and stronger. Seeing them approach in a large wave, he decides to launch the attack, moving quickly to annihilate enemy after enemy, which don't stop appearing. The protagonist reflects on his current situation, understanding that, although the berserker state can be one of the worst traits of the inner lunatic that only occurs with the crimson moon, he intended to use this from the beginning. Thanks to his two genius traits, combat and mana absorption, he is capable of neutralizing the normal state of the crimson moon. Something that, from a point of view of justice in the game, is not at all fair, but he really doesn't care. Launching himself towards the sky, enjoying facing the moon, seeing the monsters to which he rushes with a black execution move, with which he sweeps away all the creatures like a whirlwind. To the surprise of Luna and Doof, Nox behaves a bit crazy, laughing hysterically, enjoying how the massacre of creatures gives him 2 more days of life. Thinking that it is unfair that he can control this state, but if someone wants the advantages he has, they just have to be terminal patients, tearing apart everything in front of them until finishing them all, stopping only when he hears something indistinct from Luna, which seems annoying. Getting up and walking among the remains of the monsters with a terrifying attitude and stained with blood, heading towards Luna to ask if the test is over. Going back 10 seconds ago, Luna sees Nox's talent and decides to admit him into the lunatics, telling him he passed the test. Although his attitude worries her, thinking that he has been consumed by madness and she might have to eradicate him. However, Nox, after finishing off a creature and cleaning his sword, heads towards them with a tired face, just to ask if it's over. Upon confirmation, Luna thinks that Theo raised a monster, while Nox only thinks that he achieved it. And Luna asks her assistant to give him something, a hood that only distinguished members of lunatics wear. Nox receives it, seeing its characteristics, which include increasing his willpower by 1, identifying him as a member of the organization by the Moonlight Oath, and neutralizing all anomalies of the light attribute. The hood has a pattern that only members can recognize, and it will increase the user's strength once it gets dark at 1.2. With this, Nox is euphoric and happy about his victory, especially about his new hood. And the unlocking of willpower stats, staring intently at Luna upon noticing her expression. Luna thinks he is asking for something more, and indeed, Nox hopes to get an additional reward. This audacity seems funny to the blonde, who agrees to send her assistant to bring him an artifact they recently acquired, a kind of mask called Lunar Shadow. This artifact literally creates a clone of the person, which could be useful for his spy work at the academy. Luna asks him if he is satisfied now, to which Nox feels something, thanking her while observing his new object, which was the main reason he sought out the lunatics. With this in his hands, he now has the possibility of creating a clone, and he will use it to be 2 people at once, the protagonist and, in turn, the villain. Luna explains the structure of the lunatics, who are organized into 5 ranks: captain, vice captain, and then the normal members from 1 to 3, and he will start at rank 3, the lowest. For the moment, she tells him to retire until she assigns him his first mission. Once he leaves, the lunatics remain talking. The blonde thinks it is very interesting, and her assistant is surprised how he could tolerate the crimson madness, since those who are not geniuses cannot last more than 5 minutes. Considering this an achievement, they decide to monitor him to see if he is entertaining and useful. And this is how Nox returns to the inn, where a cheerful Crayon greets him, supposing he got what he was looking for. Meanwhile, Nox reflects on how, due to his talents, he could be the only one capable of using the crimson moon. And upon heading outside, the bartender seems to have something against him, although it is something simple. He told him his name before, considering it fair that Nox do the same. So Nox introduces himself. With this, they say goodbye. Crayon warns him to be careful when arranging his schedules at the academy, suggesting he doesn't stand out. And so Nox returns to his room, tired, seeing how his plan progressed without problems. Upon entering, the first thing he finds is Sumate throwing a tantrum about him leaving without her. Surprised by her complaints, Nox only sees Levia and suggests that even with all the rumors about his family, he can still rehabilitate himself, thinking that it was doing lustful things. However, the tantrum ends when Nox asks her about her days in the exclusive classes for maids and butlers. Her hands tremble, showing that something happened, supposing it is because most of the service staff are low-ranking nobles. Unlike her, who is a commoner, Nox gives her a small pouch that she should use when she has a problem, assuring her that he will solve the situation in a very reasonable way. Although she doubts it and wants to know what is inside, she finally agrees to use it only in case of danger. With this last action, the system freezes everything to inform him that he has officially joined the academy, completing that part of the main mission and sending him a voicemail that Nox immediately opens, seeing an angel suddenly appear that he faintly sees. The letter says it has been a long time since he saw her, and she is happy that he completed his first mission. It also says that the problems have just begun and that they will surely hurt even more, warning him that he is the only one who can take care of what is coming. Because only he can see the end of the story, giving him minimal help in the message. Although Nox doesn't get much from the letter, he supposes that the being he is talking to is capable of changing the game at will and contacting him, so he is surely a game master, reflecting on how now he must set his goal on the main storyline. But for the moment, he sets aside future problems and prefers to see the gift he received. It was an option on the menu called View Character System. Upon clicking, all the characters he knows unfold, which surprises him to see that he can now view the file of each character with the Insight ability. This could only be used when he had the target right in front of him, and now he could see the progress of all characters from anywhere. In this way, Nox notices that Theo has become stronger in a short time, recognizing that by being already a sword master. And of advanced age, this surprises him while he sees his true face in the mirror. Nox recognizes that this world is similar to the video game, but it is not completely the same, this being an infernal difficulty. And he consoles himself with making a good choice of classes, which are combat techniques, image, equipment, imperial history, and horse riding. Then the next day arrives, and the students from the service side are gathered, including Ladilla. With her head down, listening to the rumors and whispers around her, especially from a couple of girls who speak ill of her for being a commoner, and still attending the academy. They also speculate that with her cute face, she could conquer anyone to use them. A third maid appears, finishing by saying that since she is the maid of the useless younger son of the family known for being lustful, she would just use that cute face to convince him. This is the last straw for her, who accepts any insult towards her, but not one that could harm her master, so she approaches them and one comes out to confront her, being Jaisel, the daughter of a count. Lavilla insinuates that she should apologize, but the gossiping maid sees herself backed by everyone, saying it's not their fault that rumors exist. Refusing to apologize, Lavilla, understanding that status is too important there, knows she cannot win. So she makes use of that strange little bag that Nox gave her, which releases a large explosion of smoke, from within which emerges a miniature chibi version of Nox, which appears as a hologram. Scaring everyone, the mini-protagonist begins to speak, saying that he doesn't know who he is talking to, nor what they did to her. But that if Sumai decided to open the pouch, it was enough for him to appear, declaring that whoever receives the message is dead, and that he will personally send their heads to their families. Although he looks cute, he completely disappoints the blonde upon seeing how immature her master was. But filled with fear, Jaisel falls to her knees worriedly, asking his name, which she gives him with sighs. With this attitude, the gossip feels that if Nox's family proposes it, she can disappear in an instant. So she fills with fear, begging for forgiveness on her knees. With this, the problem is resolved. But for the blonde May, it was a terrible way because it will increase more negative rumors about them. With no other option and very disappointed, she leaves. Later, Nox and she walk together. She notices that her master has dark circles under his eyes, although Nox says he feels fine, mentioning that he spent the whole night solving the class selection. Continuing their way. But they are interrupted by the appearance of Aliner's little servant, named Rick, who introduces himself with a big smile to a confused Nox. He quickly begins to feel uncomfortable with the situation, starting to tremble, so he must activate his acting ability. This is because despite his innocent appearance, Rick is known as a dangerous character. Nicknamed the Deceiver, Rick will have a big impact on the story in the following chapters, betraying the Rivalin merchants and advancing the demon's plot, being a servant and worshipper of this, and the one responsible for stabbing the millionaire girl in the back. For this reason, Nox looks at him with complete distrust, thinking about how an inner lunatic the saying, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," does not apply at all, especially with Rick, whom he considers a piece of garbage. Nox reflects that being close to him will bring more harm than benefits. Meanwhile, the apparently innocent boy hands him a gift from his mistress, a rare artifact, without wasting time. The protagonist tells him to get lost. Rick looks at him confused. Nox reiterates his request, taking his sword as a threat. The scared boy backs away, and Nox, turning around, leaves. Lobia apologizes to Rick for her master's behavior, also leaving, worried that he might hurt himself walking so fast. This annoys him, but they tell him they saw him very sick recently. Having a body too weak, the protagonist recognizes it and calms her, telling her that he won't die out of nowhere. Although she knows it, she worries because Nox is always at the center of all the problems. To which he replies considering himself popular to them, which does not reassure the maid. Nox understands that due to his maid's traits, it's normal for her to worry about separating from her master. Besides, she is the person who saved his life. And when they continue on their way, she asks him why he was aggressive earlier with the little butler. Nox, very worried, holds her by the shoulder, telling her to stay away from him. She, a little confused, decides to obey, supposing there is a good reason, and thinking that she must also stay away from Aliner. Conscious that from there on they must be more careful. Then now he is in class, thinking about the excessive amount of problems he has encountered by entering the game's story, without knowing that those problems are about to increase. When the professor announces that the first thing they will do in class is form teams with which they will work immediately, the worried protagonist realizes that being antisocial will eventually take its toll, even in a game. The professor tells them to find 4 people in the next 30 minutes. The protagonist, seeing that his reputation finally catches up with him, tries to ask the classic question of the quiet kid in the room. What happens if they don't form teams? The professor's answer is clear. He will fail without the possibility of repeating, seriously telling him that he cannot work alone. Nox resigns himself, he doesn't argue anymore, thinking that if he fails, they will expel him. The others, on the other hand, do well. Many ask for Penelope. The same happens with Paracelsus, who is desired for his great abilities. Also a character named Leon and Aliner seem very popular. In contrast, for Nox, time passes while he wonders how to make friends in 30 minutes. However, to his surprise, a rich girl walks the entire way to stand beside him. Annoyed because she didn't receive her gift, offering him another way to pay her debt. For saving her life. With a perverse smile, she proposes teaming up. Nox sees the redhead's arrogant gaze, understanding that he has no choice but to team up with her. Without knowing that right at that moment, another Red Knight appears to join, Talia, alias another gossip for Nox, who, despite being lively at first, becomes shy due to the stares, and whispers around her. Nox sees her as a very kind person, who must have felt bad seeing her fiancé as a loner. While Aliner is surprised that someone like Nox genuinely has a friend. The protagonist hears this realistic affirmation, but for some strange reason, it annoys him. With Talia joining the team and Aliner too, he only needs one more member. Nox, after much thought, accepts the team, knowing that Chapter 1 is approaching along with the first boss battle. And his double performance of hero and villain is also approaching. Luckily, the selections end with the integration of a normal guy called Pearl, which is at least a relief for the protagonist. And upon seeing his stats, he finds positive traits like art of living, submissive, and faithful. As a negative trait, he is simply stupid, but that doesn't matter when Nox notices his active skill called blessing, which is a tremendous buff for his team. Although it doesn't directly benefit him, it will be useful. Missing that a student has that power that only saints from monasteries usually have. Putting that aside, the girls introduce themselves to the new member, Eleanor being haughty, Talia being shy, and Nox basically threatening him. With all teams formed, the professor ends the class, assigning as the first task to get along, since they won't be able to change teams for the whole semester. Nox then calls him crazy old man out loud, which worries Talia, who fears the professor might hear him. But that was precisely his point. After this, Nox leaves the classroom, with Talia following him to ask him in a not-so-discreet manner about his schedule. Nox understands, but incorrectly, and confusedly pokes her forehead, reprimanding her for wanting to ask him for information about the easiest classes for free. Then he leaves, making it clear that he doesn't understand women. Then we move to District 4, where the protagonist walks with Ovilla. Both see that they have to buy books, equipment, and grimoires, which are very expensive, which would make it complicated for the commoners to buy them. And therefore, it would be more difficult for them to graduate. But the protagonist has no problem with this, since he has plenty of money. He knows well that if someone in the academy has talent, they will get sponsors, so money won't be a problem for them either. With everything bought, he decides to leave when a scandal forms in the crowd. Apparently, it's a fight. Lavilla worries, but Nox is not interested and keeps walking. However, his expression completely changes when he sees Leon, who is arguing and receiving insults from a merchant. The protagonist recognizes the boy as Leon von Barbas, the third son of the Dark Marbas family, whose family must be bankrupt. Thinking that he is a kind boy who will solve the problem, Nox is surprised when the merchant, shouting at Leon for weighing the products to see which has more content, calls him a beggar. This triggers something in Leon who, feeling humiliated, manifests a green aura and takes out his grimoire, starting to summon the dead to defend his family's honor. The protagonist runs at full speed, surprised by what Leon is doing in the middle of the district, while next to Leon, two gigantic undead rise. Lovey worries about her master. But he doesn't stop, because he notices a look full of problems in Leon's eyes. The maid doesn't understand how he can know that just by his eyes, to which Nox replies that he is already used to problems. While the merchant, terrified by Leon's summons, is protected by Nox. He suggests that he leaves, or he will die by either of them. The merchant remains arrogant, so Nox has no choice but to uncover his face so he understands who he is. We pause that to return to the academy, where Emma has to deal with Talia's love complaints, who is sad, worried, and annoyed despite having allied with Nox because he didn't reveal his schedule to her, which makes her think that maybe puberty has made him shy. Poor. May doesn't even know what to say. Talia feels disappointed because even though she is so mature, and she never holds Nox back, he pays no attention to her. Emma thinks that if this continues, her mistress will fall into depression, blaming herself since in the past when her mistress was worried that her fiancé was cold to her, she suggested it was due to puberty, which gave Talia a lot of hope, complicating everything in the present. So she sweetens the truth again, telling her that Nox only acts that way to keep his private life as a fiancé separate, and his academic life, which is enough to convince the girl, who jumps up very happily and cheerfully, hugging and playing with Emma, whom she considers an expert in relationships and from now on her counselor forever. Emma, seeing her so happy, cannot help but think that in reality she has never dated anyone. And both are interrupted by the sound of the door. On the other side is Eleanor, who introduces herself as his team member in magical combat class. Emma is not interested and tells her to make an appointment for a meeting, but Eleanor, very cold and calculating, tells her she is there to talk about Nox. Talia leaves immediately. Returning to the protagonist, he sees how the merchant finally recognizes him. Leon stops his attack, and the merchant apologizes for not having recognized him before, begging for forgiveness. Nox suggests that he better leave. The subject keeps insisting that he is right, until he sees the protagonist's look of hatred, which makes him flee at full speed. Leon looks at him confused, saying that he was having a talk with the merchant, unleashing his skeletons. Nox, annoyed, uses his magic to disintegrate them and asks him, "Do you usually talk with that dark magic? Besides, you're basically asking to be arrested." Leon reacts upon realizing that it is illegal to learn magic before the academy, having not considered it before. Apologizing to Nox and thanking him for his help. Nox replies that now that he understands, he should buy what he needs and gets lost, giving him a bag of money to help him. Leon, confused, looks at the bag and asks him why he is helping him, since he is not interested in having debts with him. Nox tells him that those pennies are nothing to him, but he cannot deny that he has some intentions. Leon understands and accepts, putting away his skeletons only to approach, raising a green aura of combat again. Holding the money in his hand, recognizing the money as payment for his silence, and places a coin in front of Nox, charging it with dark magic, telling him that the deal is cancelled, since what interests him is knowing how he has his family's power. At the academy, the two redheads are having tea. Talia starts the conversation in a refined manner, which surprises Alina, who for a moment doubts if Nox might be interested in her. But she dismisses it immediately, since for someone like him commitments are chains, therefore she will be direct. Telling Talia that Nox is dangerous, leaving her surprised. The story continues, with Alina listing the reasons why he is so, from being a son of a dark family to all the rumors surrounding him. Talia listens to everything, restraining herself until she explodes, saying that Nox is not a bad person. In response, Alina recalls that day when Nox humiliated her, furious, smashing her cup against the table, saying that most people don't think the same. The conversation becomes tense with Alina, puzzled by Talia's attitude, which doesn't seem compatible with Nox. With this, her attitude becomes hostile. Talia, in a refined manner, clarifies that although Nox is cold to others and can be misinterpreted, he is not a bad person. Alina gets more upset about this, suggesting that the fact they are engaged is no reason to support him. Talia interrupts her, telling her that she doesn't support him for that reason. Starting an argument about whether people change, the brave redhead reminds Alina that Nox saved her life, which confuses the millionaire, and she decides to get up, disgusted and leaving the place. Outside, she maintains that frustrated attitude when Rick appears to ask her if the conversation left her that way. She asks her butler what the greatest quality of a merchant is, to which he replies that it is having eyes that doubt everything. With this doubt, she knows she achieved her status and wealth, but now she doubts whether Nox has truly changed. The memories of how he humiliated her keep coming back, and facing that doubt, she accepts that maybe he could have changed. Returning to Nox, he sees that Leon is angry, flashing a large amount of magical power around him. Nox tells the villagers to escape, and everyone runs in fear before the dark black magician's power, who ends up creating a large dome of dark energy, where only Nox and he remain. Nox recognizes the complication of facing Leon, who approaches him angrily, telling him that if he wanted to negotiate with him about the use of his family's magic, he should have brought something corresponding to the deal. However, the protagonist knows that there was nothing he could exchange for the family's honor. Leon seems to think he knows him, to which Nox replies by talking about the Marva's family, and how this was one of the most important dark families. Talking in the past tense annoys the necromancer, as Nox knows that his family has gone bankrupt, since the Savage group took advantage of the territorial war to defeat the patriarch of the Marva's family, stripping them of all their territory. Leon assumes that Nox will use that information to avoid the problem or as revenge, but he doesn't care about revenge. What he wants is for the Marva's family to be reborn, using Leon as a new patriarch who reaches the peak of the continent. Leon, surprised, acknowledges that Nox knows him very well, since that is exactly his own objective. With this, he only has one more question: how did he obtain that power? The protagonist confesses that it was simple chance. Leon believes him and calms down immediately. With this, he finally understands that Leon only wanted to know how he had learned his magic. Without further ado, Leon thanks him for his help and tells him that he will pay his debt as long as it does not involve money. And so the next day, in a large building, Nox walks across a small bridge to meet Noah face to face. Being there to improve his ability, genius time. Then it was said that one of the strongest abilities in the game came in a DLC, which he obtained after finishing it 10 times, obtaining the title of Inner Lunatic. This ability only activates when 2 genius traits are active, and Nox is now face to face with Noah, who is sitting on an ice throne supported by a troll. Nox can only think that if he didn't have that ability, he would have already died, a thought that sends chills down his spine. Noah finally speaks, surprised by Nox's results, believing that the Reinhefers have raised a monster. An exaggerated affirmation, according to the boy. But she has no other explanation for everything he has done. And yet, they still consider him the good-for-nothing of the family, even if his father is severe. He doesn't see it possible with a persevering and playful attitude. Noah hints that she suspects something about him. He immediately feels under suspicion and activates his acting ability to concentrate and to reply seriously, expressing that his past is not important. The dean smilingly accepts, although she cannot help but tell him that the talent he has shown intrigues her, proposing to steal him while provocatively biting her lollipop. Faced with such an insinuation, the protagonist pretends not to hear anything, changing the subject, revealing that he always knew she followed him in the test, which leaves the dean surprised, intrigued by how many more secrets she might be keeping. And Noah uses her magic to give him his reward, the golden scroll. Nox cannot contain his excitement, eagerly listening to how the skill-strengthening scroll increases the power of any skill. Pretending he had never heard of that before, taking the scroll excitedly, although he feels an uncomfortable sensation in his arm. But he decides to ignore it, thinking it's due to the emotion, opening the scroll, which increases the power of a skill by 1.2. And obtaining it so early in the game, he doubles his power and uses it on his genius time ability, extending the duration to 10 minutes, thus achieving a great advantage. Noah from a distance asks him if he is satisfied with the result. He nods. But the dean doesn't let him go without first reluctantly admitting that he saved her companion. The protagonist asks her not to disclose it so as not to attract attention, thus leaving the dean alone on her ice throne. Wondering how dangerous the protagonist is, but also interested in what monster he will become. Breaking the fourth wall to ask the audience, "Aren't you in agreement?" The next day, Nox has a basic Imperial magic class. It is a simple class that doesn't matter much. What matters is the professor who teaches it. Raz Bon Celestia, a subject with pink hair and mustache, with positive attributes such as being a reflective scholar, and talented in hidden weapons. However, the negative is obsessive. He has traumas and a cold heart, being a very important character in the chapter. His basic skills are not much, which surprises the academy professor. He now fixes his eyes on Nox, who seems arrogant and disinterested. Raz announces that today they will learn about his main element, starting by asking Nox what his element is. Darkness. He answers quickly. Raz doesn't give up, asking about his characteristics. Nox answers quickly again, explaining that it is different from basic elements, since it is corrupted and does not combine with others. In return, it has great destructive power, being difficult to control, so few families master it. The next question is, what is the opposite element of darkness? Divinity. Raz takes the opportunity to ask what would happen if darkness and divinity faced each other. Nox, without hesitation, replies that divinity would surely win. This begins to annoy the professor, who has not been able to make him look bad. So hitting his ego, he asks him, what would you do if you faced someone with the divine element? Nox, like any villain, proposes to finish off his rival before she realizes it. Then we move to a room where a shirtless Rick injects himself with blood, which alters his body. and causes him a lot of pain. This excites him a lot as he looks in the mirror, smiling at his body full of veins, admiring his demonic tattoo on his chest, thinking that if he tries a little more, he could become a real demon. Not just an attempt. Observing a demonic hand emerging from the mirror, and he sees a gigantic red demon in his reflection, who tells him that soon he will stop being human to become a demon that transcends time, life, and humanity. This statement brings a smile to Rick's face, who falls to his knees, declaring that he will find and eliminate the Duke. While the demon smiles, Rick prepares to return to being the smiling butler as usual. Returning to class, Nox maintains his answer of finishing off the divine attribute before it comes out. An answer that astonishes everyone, even Raz. Upon seeing the protagonist's attitude and piercing gaze of confidence, Raz begins to understand why the dean is interested in him. However, he now instructs his assistant to prepare a magical attitude test for him. The assistant doesn't understand, but Raz seems annoyed, thinking that he must break the protagonist's attitude, seeking to forge the sword through blows. Now outside the classroom, the assistant carries a cart with low-category mini-demons, called imps, which are caged. All the students panic upon seeing them, since although they are weak, they are still too much for first-year students. Raz calmly tells them that the Academy's final goal is not just to create mages or knights, but to exterminate the demons of the world, so they must familiarize themselves with them. The students remain nervous, but seem to accept. The exercise consists of imbuing magic into the mini-devils to subdue them. Before finishing the explanation, Nox is already near one, staring at it, feeling uncomfortable about something so simple, but confused because these classes against demons should not be held until the second year. Raz starts the exercise with 15 minutes to complete it, confident that despite Nox's talent, he will not be able to deal with demons, falling prey to their whispers. However, when turning for a second, he sees that Nox's demon is completely terrified. While others like Talia run crying, thinking the demon is dying, others see visions of food, or they are very dizzy. Nox, for his part, asks for a change of IMMS because his is already too scared without him doing anything. Then he begins to hear loud moans flooding the sacred classroom. Upon seeing them, these come from an ecstatic professor, who looks at him with bright eyes asking him how he subdued the little devil. The protagonist insists that he has done nothing, although Raz doesn't listen to him, only concentrating on his talent. So excitedly, he proposes to him to be his main student. The protagonist remembers from the Donams that this is not a good idea, since that is the equivalent of the so-called assistant. In other words, a slave. Everyone seems to envy him because it is a position of honor, but the protagonist does not want slavery, and he rejects it, annoying Raz again, while Leon, Eleanor, Penelope, and Echidna are tired from the exercise. A few hours earlier, Vernon tries to talk to Raz about Nox, considering him the most talented boy in the class. However, Raz is not interested in what Vernon says, even though even Noah recognized him. The professor prefers to see it for himself, although he doesn't really expect anything from the student, feeling confident that it won't be a big deal. Returning to the present, Raz is furious because Nox just rejected his offer. Around him, everyone complains that Nox didn't accept, when many would wish for the position to learn magic with an awarded professor. Considering this typical of the spoiled child, Daller Reinhafer, Nox, genuinely annoyed by the comments, thinks he won't accept, remembering that he already has problems with Eleanor. And a student interrupts by asking Raz why he wants to give that position to Nox, when there are so many other outstanding students, suggesting Echidna or the princess. The portal recognizes him as a bootlicker, but astute and intelligent, remembering his face in case it is useful in the future. However, the professor does not seem to back down, suggesting that it is his duty to judge who he designates as the main disciple. And so that they don't suspect his favoritism, he proceeds to look romantically at Nox before stating the reasons why he will be the main disciple. Despite being rejected, Raz begins his explanation, summarizing in his head as a fascination with the way he subdued the brick without touching it. Things that even he himself doesn't understand. As a scholar of magic, Raz believes he knows how to recognize a genius. Upon finishing his explanation, Nox rejects him again. Without giving up, Raz tells him he has time to think about it, and not to make a hasty decision, while grabbing him by the shoulders, drooling on him. Nox retreats from the professor's pursuit, which makes all his acquaintances uncomfortable, especially the princess, who is surprised by how different Nox is from the rumors. Echidna apologizes for the incorrect information, and the princess feels curious, wondering if Nox will be a light for her family, or a cloud of darkness. The protagonist escapes from what already seemed like harassment, thinking that at least he has clarified everything and has nothing to worry about. Later in his room, completely exhausted, he hears Sumai ask him what happened. He begins to terrifyingly recount how Raz kept insisting that he be his main disciple. In the hallways, in other classes, in the middle of the cafeteria, and even in the bathroom. Despite rejecting him coldly, the professor doesn't seem to want to give up, always with a big smile. Upon hearing this, Levia understands that it is something that could well be punishable by law. Surprising herself because her professor was supposed to have a very good reputation, which makes Nox suppose that it is because of one of his negative traits. Meanwhile, in the mansion, a blood-stained sword belonging to a subject who appears to be from the Reinhafer family. Garen, Theo's eldest son, with a cold and soulless appearance, finishes off several guards who try to dissuade him using the patriarch's orders. But he simply doesn't listen to them. With a certain refined and brutal air, he uses his black aura to make his way in front of everyone, feeling that hurt in his feelings because his father won't let him pass. Finally reaching Theo's office, who is next to Rodwell. The latter is paralyzed before Garen. Theo, surprised that he has returned, sees his son feeling at home. Garen tells his father that his time is up, seeing a gigantic black shadow looming behind him. Called the Grand Duke, who hugs the patriarch, ready to consume him at any moment. Theo believes his son was waiting for that moment, but for him that talk is senseless. The only thing Garen wants is the sword his father hid, the sword of the first patriarch. The Storebringer. Upon hearing this, Theo gets furious, but Garen doesn't seem to care. The only thing that interests him is strengthening the family. Something Theo doesn't like. His son doubts that his father knows she is important, since after all, he didn't prevent that woman from dying. Rodwell, surprised, knows that person should not be mentioned in front of the patriarch. Theo, offended, asks if that is how he refers to his mother, but Garen replies that he only recognizes Priscilla Bonoril as his mother. Considering the other woman a mistake of his father and an infiltrator in the family, Theo expels him from the mansion. But Garen insists, which causes the patriarch to release an evil aura, ordering him to leave before he loses his mind. Garen withdraws without further ado, delivering his final threat. Once he leaves, Theo realizes he let his dark side out. Rodwell tells him that while his loyalty is with him, if others find out about the demon, it will bring many problems to the family, suggesting he choose a successor, giving him the news that Nox was the best student in the admission test. Theo is surprised, as he knows the dean is Noah, one of the four sages who recognized Nox's talent. With this and what he himself has observed, he considers the possibility that his younger son might take his place. A thought that Rodwell supports, seeing how Nox could soon sit in that chair. Back at the academy, a cheerful Raz continues trying to convince Nox, who keeps rejecting him. Even though he offers him money and fame, things that Nox already has, at least the money, since he is famous for other reasons. Raz insists so much that the protagonist fears his ears will bleed, remembering the talk with Labilla, who thought Raz was only looking for strong people, and if he found out that Nox was a good-for-nothing, he would leave him alone, now doubting if that is the case, so he asks him why he wants him as an apprentice. Raz replies that for being outstanding. Nox, hesitating, asks him to tell him the truth. With this, he asks if he has time to listen. Nox knows he is the famous, useless one of the place, It was obvious he had plenty of time. He served him herbal tea, telling him that he wants an outstanding student to help him complete his research, which seeks to help the weak who cannot use mana. With a serious face, he asks for help to fulfill his dream, to prevent someone from dying in battle due to lack of power, as happened to his son, thus beginning his story, explaining how he was admitted to the academy as the first son of the celestial viscount, heir to the family leadership, without physical abilities and excelling only in theory. That's why he was looked down upon by his peers. Feeling that contempt, he drowned his problems in research, managing to become an academy professor and getting married. Even so, he was looked down upon. He even had to use another person to publish his research. Despite everything, he had a son who overcame adversity until being admitted to the academy. Raz remembers him with joy, as his son told him he would work hard to improve his father's family reputation, joining the squad under the Emperor's orders, seeking to excel. But from the beginning of the battle, he ended up being hit by an arrow, with barely any mana. Nox does not see this as justification for Raz's obsession, given that in that world there are hundreds of similar stories. Even so, he admits that seeing the professor's melancholic sword on the screen is different from having him in front of him. Feeling his loneliness. Determined, the protagonist rejects his offer again, asking him to look for someone else who empathizes with his story. As he leaves, the professor looks at photos of his son, noticing a certain resemblance to Nox. Upon arriving at the room, the protagonist receives the news that Garen returned, wiping out those in the mansion. His brother, being the king's heir, is the pillar of the worst endings in the game. Nox is worried about this, since his maid returned to the mansion by Rodwell's orders. Now the protagonist is scared, thinking that Garen hates Theo for having a second wife. He doesn't know if he hates him too. Fearing for Ladilla, he asks if Garen did anything to her, to which she admits yes. In her memory, Garen passes by Ladilla and Lorna, with only the blonde drawing attention since he sees her as an extraordinary maiden. Approaching her and greeting her, she introduces herself as Nox's main maid, but Garen, without further explanation, asks her to be his personal maid. Seeing her as an ambitious person capable of satisfying him, she rejects him immediately. Faced with this, Garen reminds her how influential he is, but the villain does not back down, even when he offers her a generous amount of money. She had already decided to serve Nox. Garen, annoyed, complains that the servant cannot make decisions, to which Lavilla replies with a big smile that precisely because of that, feeling respected by Nox, she decided to accompany him in his lifelong mission. At the academy, she tells a much more summarized version, saying that he simply tried to hire her for triple the salary. This is enough for Nox, worried about losing his maid since he doesn't have that much money. To give up and accept it, tripling her salary, extending his trembling hand. She smiles, but her smile soon turns into an expression of pity. Nox assumes she has already changed jobs, but she tells him she won't leave, nor does she need a raise. Nox asks her why she recited it then, to which she pretends to remember something funny, which makes him think she is making fun of him. Leaving La Villa with a satisfied smile, Nox consoles himself thinking that at least he hasn't lost her. Speaking out loud that he will finish Garen, although in his mind he clarifies that it will be when he gets stronger. Then, on the training ground, the protagonist explains that at the academy they must take 5 mandatory classes. The first is History of the Archeheim Empire, which talks about its creator god and the unified kingdom that people have forgotten. The second is Horse Riding. The third is the Code of Knights and etiquette within the academy. The fourth is Imperial Magic, and the fifth, the one that costs him the most, is Endurance Training, in which Nox almost dies while trying to keep up, looking pitiful during the trot and pull-ups, falling exhausted to the ground. The instructor approaches him, surprised that he looks like a fly in May. Ashamed, Nox asks what he means. He tells him that although it's good in the short term, his resistance is so low that he seems to be fighting an invisible wall. Nox recognizes his observation as worthy of an academy instructor, since he knows that due to his terminal illness traits, His resistance is stuck at 15, half the limit of any character. Out of pride, he decides to act offended by those words that discourage students. The instructor apologizes, asking him to consider improving, or he could reduce his life expectancy. The protagonist is clear, seeing how his terminal clock advances faster every moment, which irritates him. In the distance, Paracelsus watches him, surprised that after standing out in the admission exam. He hides his true resistance, supposing it is part of his act as a good-for-nothing. However, Nox, almost out of breath, feels his gaze, and already very annoyed, plans to finish him off again in their next confrontation. Later, wandering through the town, the protagonist moves discreetly through the crowd until he is identified by Rick. The double-face, who seems to be harassing him, recognizing him by his real name, How Schultz de Nefer. The demon boy, master at creating bad endings on the level of Prince Lois Bonarch. And him. The boy nicknamed Rick is 15 years old. Among his positive traits are being a negotiator, eloquent and skilled with weapons. On the negative side, he is a manipulative traitor. In theory, he is weak and only has one passive skill: negotiation. Yet he is capable of causing a cold drop to run down Nox's face, remembering how that little boy will soon attack the rivalin patriarch, and betray Alina, being one of the main characters to avoid. Nerves make his performance falter when he asks if he is the same one who tried to give him a gift before, reminding him of his threat. This one, with a big and kind smile, tells him that he was just surprised to see him strolling without his staff, offering to help him with the purchases while they are together. Nox tries to get rid of him, sending him to his boss, but it seems Rick won't give in, saying that his boss is not expecting him yet. Recognizing his malicious gaze, the protagonist, with no other option, decides to accept the company to find out what he was looking for, suggesting he remain silent. To which she feels. Now at the academy, we see Alina receiving some documents with information about Nox, reading them to try to discover the reason why he saved her, and she is confused since there was no logical reason for it. His relatives do not interact, and he rejected the reward Vernon offered her, smashing her fist against the table. Annoyed by not finding answers to Nox's sudden personality change, which occurred after solving the case of the missing boys' forest. She also notices something strange in her butler Rick's recent movements and his meeting with people at the merchandise. Although in the end, she thinks she won't find anything. She gets up resignedly and looks out the window. Immediately, a feeling takes her back to the past, when her father scolded her for what happened with Nox, violently suggesting that she give the boy everything dear to her to keep him happy, which traumatized the girl. Then we switch to a church, where little Alina is at her mother's funeral. A memory that moves her and leaves her melancholic as she watches the sunset. Returning to Nox, he is dealing with Rick's shopping advice, who prevents him from buying an expensive orb because they will give him one for free later. He also doesn't let him buy a very expensive alchemy pot, suggesting he go to a store affiliated with the rivalins with a discount. From a distance, Nox observes Rick, recognizing his talent as a scammer and negotiator, thinking that he would be an excellent ally if he weren't a demonic human. Finally, they seem to have finished, with Rick cheerfully telling him that they have made all the purchases. Nox nods, but there is still a but. Taking him by the neck, he slams him against the wall, directly asking him why he was looking for him. Rick tries not to answer, but Nox increases the pressure. Finally, Rick gives in and proposes a quick chat, while a gigantic wristwork envelops them, creating a barrier that stops the sound around them. Taking Nox by the arm, he offers to betray the Reinhafters and join him as a servant to the first prince. Nox tries to break free from the grip, which suddenly increases in strength, while Rick's body transforms, with veins protruding and a large dark center on his chest. The protagonist tells him that he knows he doesn't serve the prince, but a demon, which erases the smiles from Rick. And in a clash of dark energies, the annoyed butler, because Nox knows too much, releases a large demonic aura, and two enormous eyes appear behind him, saying they doubt their master will like that Nox knows so much. She recognizes the demon as Baal and asks Rick if he really thinks he will grant him his wish. With a demonic shadow behind him, Rick replies yes. Nox lets him go, telling him he hopes he doesn't regret it, warning him one last time that if he insults his family again, he will eliminate him. Back at the academy, it's the day of classes with Vernon, who gathers everyone to prepare them. The students recognize him as the bald and crazy professor from the first test. A boy with glasses comments that it is disrespectful to call a bald man bald, which only awakens the professor's anger, who tries to calm down so as not to annihilate the students. Once his composure is recovered, he explains that they are in the Clarelay Plains, a place famous in the academy for the large number of trees and plants. Here they will learn the principles of horse riding, the first thing being to mount their horses, or choose one. Many are confused by the environment and the choice of horses, as some have never ridden one. A light blonde clears her throat, while her friend complains about having to learn to ride. However, she has no choice, as if they fail, they are expelled. Nox, for his part, calls Carl, who arrives quickly. For him it is simple, but the others struggle to learn to ride. Except for Celsus, who has experience from living in the East, but most students focus on him, stealing glances for his obsidian horse, which they consider too good for a Reinhafer good-for-nothing. Nox feels proud, knowing he was lucky to get it thanks to his game experience. And in the end, many manage to ride their horses, but Verno doesn't give them time to adapt when the race begins. Even though many are novices or their horses almost make them fall, everyone assumes the instructor is annoyed for being called bald, which causes him to hit the head of the one who said that out loud, then explain the simple rules. They must ride to the corner of the nameless forest and return. The winner will earn extra points. Nox sees it as simple, although he knows that really doesn't matter now. Talia listens from afar, but the protagonist ignores her, thinking about how this chapter of the story will be his first confrontation with a demonic human, who usually should be banished by the game's protagonist. In a sequence where Rutger, the demonic human, is defeated by the true protagonist with the help of the cadets. But now, without a protagonist, only he and a series of important characters without a leader remain. All his thoughts are interrupted when Talia, somewhat embarrassed, asks him to go together, not out of fear, but for safety, or at least that's what she says. This seems to annoy Aliner, who makes fun of them for wanting to go together in a race, starting a staring contest with Nox before continuing on her way. Talia, even more embarrassed now, tells him that since it's a race, he should get ahead, as she is not very good at riding. Nox replies that the race is not important and leaves, confusing her. Vernon starts the race, and the horses leave at full speed. Nox tries to take the lead, until his horse whinnies upon sensing something. And thanks to his mana sensitivity genius trait, the protagonist detects a large red circle beneath them. Everyone is confused, but he tells them that since it's transport magic, it's best to stay still to survive. The circle begins to glow, taking them all away, just before a gigantic red demon with horns appears. Going back a few seconds, the protagonist tells everyone to stay still, while sending Carl out of the circle. Back when they were transported, everyone arrives at a new location, still confused and scared, thinking it's another test. Nox is also confused, exploring the remnants of mana energy left from the teleportation, recognizing it as unstable. Penelope sees him and approaches to find out what happened. Although Nox keeps many things to himself, he makes it clear that an external force took them there. Echidna, annoyed, tries to get more information out of him, but Nox arrogantly tells her that she is not the princess, and that he doesn't have to answer her. Annoyed Echidna is interrupted by Aliner, who doubts that they were transported by an external source, a doubt that Talia also shares. Nox is irritated by how complacent and trusting the rich people are, especially in a game considered one of the most difficult. So he begins to explain that the magic of whoever transported them was very careless. Leon supports this statement, recognizing that the way it was done could endanger all the children of influential families. With Leon agreeing with him, Penelope, although it hurts her to admit it, understands that it is true, thinking that it could be a plan by her brother. Leon suggests that everyone get out of the circle. Echidna raises her voice, annoyed that the dark families wanted to lead. The princess, irritated, tells them that they are right and supports the idea of leaving the circle before it destroys them. With this, everyone sides with the princess, while Paracelsus draws his sword upon sensing the stench of blood, recognizing the presence of an intermediate or higher-grade monster. At that moment, a gigantic bird appears above them, and Nox jumps to attack it, cutting off a wing. Once on the ground, he declares before everyone that he will take command of the battle, to the surprise of his companions, who still see him as the good-for-nothing. The princess is surprised not to have detected the monster, and even more that the Reinhafer good-for-nothing was the first to sense it, without understanding his sudden change, while watching him finish off the bird. Vernon, for his part, thinks his generation is terrible with horses, since none have returned in so long. Raslo interrupts him, agitated, asking about the students. The bald man doesn't understand at first, until he has a bad feeling. Raslo reports that they have seen a person with demonic magic nearby, who activated a magical transport circle in the plane. This imposing and annoyed man regrets that this is happening just when the dean is not around. At that moment, he recognizes a horse. It was Carl, who was carrying a note from Nox, telling him that they were in the nameless forest, and that they needed help. With this, both mount their horses and gallop at full speed, as they must cover a 2-day journey to reach that place. Returning to the students, Echidna tries to apologize for not believing Nox, but he doesn't care about her apologies. He only wants the princess to grant him command according to imperial law. She refuses, saying that she must be the leader. Nox, seeing this as problematic, asks Pell to explain the steps in emergency cases like this. Pell tells him that the priority is to protect the members of the royal family, and that the mage, or the most exceptional knight, must take command. The protagonist explains that she is the only one of the imperial family present, believing that they must protect her above all because they need her help for the fight against the demons later. Due to her lightning mana and executioner power found only in imperial blood. With this, he tells her that it is the law to protect her above their lives, and that he was the one who reacted the fastest, so before a surprised princess, he asks for authority over the life and death of everyone there, including her. Talia, for her part, is surprised by Nox's proposition, seeing him as a true example to follow. With a big shining smile, she falls more in love. The protagonist ignores this and insists on taking leadership unless someone is better than him, but no one seems to challenge him. From a distance, a boy thinks that taking charge at that moment is very complicated, and more if he has to protect the princess. Thinking that everything can get complicated, thinking that Nox is drinking a poisoned holy grail, saying out loud to do whatever he wants, only to receive a penetrating look from the protagonist that terrifies him. With everything decided, Nox threatens that whoever disobeys him will be punished according to the law, his first order being to move from there. Elinor disagrees with following him if he doesn't tell them where they are going, but he asks them to follow him closely, since he doesn't explain very well, but thinking that he has done this mission many times. In the distance, in a glass bag, students are seen hunting something. Dirgers observes this, smiling until he is interrupted by a black rock from which a shadow materializes. This shadow tells him to devour the students of Iden. The shadow opens hundreds of eyes before a bushy-tailed demon paying respect, extending his hand. He hears the demon telling him that if he manages this mission, he will share his power with him, even if he considers him unworthy. Dirgers happily receives the power, which is marked on his body, thanking his master. With this, he cheerfully looks at the orb with his new power, thinking how the academy is the perfect mission for him, seeing it as an opportunity for his revenge, especially against Raz. Returning to the students, they seem to be collecting what remains of the boars. Nox begins to assign roles, taking Paracelsus and Leon. The former gets annoyed, but decides to follow him, and Leon is kind and willing to help. And so, with the strongest students by his side, he indicates that there are two ways to get out of there. One is for someone to destroy the barrier from the outside, and the second is to defeat the subject who sent them there. The princess understands immediately. But Nox doesn't even let her speak when he explains that in fact it will be very dangerous, being the second the only real option from their position, since help won't arrive until 2 days, thinking that although the first method exists, that was never an option, since they can only leave by finishing off the demonic human Rutcher, who lives inside the forest. With this settled, he starts by gathering food, starting with the boars, although Paracelsus immediately tells him they cannot, since those are infected with demonic energy, which would poison them. The protagonist is aware of it, as well as the fact that the surrounding plants might have the same thing. Confusing Umaza for Celsius, who admits he would never do it, since although he has been desperate before, he doesn't want his stomach to hurt. Nox worries that this is their only problem, but decides to continue with his plan, sending Leon to summon the dead alive to protect the students, and Paracelsus to protect the princess, because disregarding his big mouth. He is the best there, which infuriates the gray wolf, who promises to leave them half dead later. Now his work begins, putting some good pork cuts on a campfire he quickly makes, although others see the meat as a sure trip to the other world, until he throws the leaves of a small plant on it, which changes color. And it's edible, explaining that this is a crimson rake plant, which is good for eliminating medium-range poison, or low. With this, he surprises everyone who seems to believe him, so Nox asks the princess for the term of his meat. But for some reason, she seems to be blushing as she sees him. Then the professors talk to Noah through her device, informing her of the situation, thinking that if they were second-year students, there would be no problem. But they must rescue them, freezing when they hear chewing sounds, doubting that their boss is eating at an emergency moment like this. Raz asks her to clear his doubts, and she replies yes, she is tasting snacks, expressing that everything will be fine. Even though Vernon doesn't trust the first-year simpletons, who don't even know the basics of magic. Noah gets bored and hangs up. Vernon, with no other option, decides to increase the speed to save his students. Raslo follows closely, thinking that he will not let his best apprentice end up in a place like that like him. Returning to the camp, Leon doesn't understand why Nox spills the boar's blood. To Celsus, he explains that the blood of strong monsters scares away the weak, since being more vulnerable when sleeping. It is a good security mechanism they used a lot in the East. For his part, Penelope approaches the protagonist to thank him for helping her keep everyone safe. Nox, for his part, knows that there are still many monsters, and they are nowhere near finding the mage who teleported them. However, the princess only cares that everyone is still alive, also apologizing for how Echidna treated him due to her prejudices against dark families. The protagonist is uncomfortable seeing that the princess cares about him, trying to push her away by telling her that it won't look good talking to someone like him. She doesn't back down and tells him that really that's not what matters, since if he can save lives, he is capable of allying even with a demon, something that Nox considers dangerous to say out loud. She pretends she was just joking. The protagonist observes her, recalling her character sheets, known as Penelope Bonarchim, the renowned princess of goodness, who only has one big flaw, her extreme utilitarianism, which makes her a dangerous character who would give her life to maintain her beliefs, making her nickname Princess of Goodness turn into Princess of Cold Blood in a matter of seconds. And later she takes out what is necessary from her dimensional bag, so that, in groups of 4, they set up the tents. The others are surprised that she carries such an object, supposing it is due to the demands of the dark families, of which it is rumored that they throw their children off cliffs at the age of 5. Very excessive rumors, according to Nox. And when everything is finished, he thinks out loud that they must be careful. Talia hears him and asks him why, but he gives no further details, preferring to start with the choice of guards. But that is just an excuse to keep moving fast due to something he hasn't told them. That if they don't finish off the mage quickly, he won't be able to take off the scenario. Therefore, while everyone falls asleep, the protagonist walks towards the forest, determined to finish this mission. After some time, this subject wakes up agitated, looking for Penelope to warn her that Mana is approaching. Echidna rushes to protect the princess, to get ready, assuming that the boar's blood doesn't work on stronger beings. They ask Nox what he will do, and Talia immediately notices that he is not there. Leon, activating his grimoire, tells them that Nox is not there, so he will be in charge of the battlefield. Echidna furious at the escape of the one who was supposed to lead them, until she hears Leon tell her that he didn't escape. Echidna doesn't believe him. And even worse, she sees few possibilities with so many monsters nearby. Penelope confirms that there are too many for them. The Master of the Dead tells them not to worry, releasing, according to everyone, a ridiculous amount of mana. And he remembers how the protagonist left him the responsibility of protecting the group, along with a black diamond. Curious why he did it, he knows he will give his all in the fight in the name of his goal to be the next patriarch of the Marva's family. Unleashing his undead, who begin to sweep away the monsters, with Leon sure that he will win the battle. Returning to the protagonist, he reaches a cave protected by demonic magic, but his mana skill allows him to enter easily. While receiving a strength boost from the lunatic's robe, shouting at the demon to stop hiding. He is amused to see that a mere student found him, and even more to see that he seeks to confront him. Launching himself in front of him, but the protagonist with his acting ability at maximum smiles with disdain. Telling the demon to know his place, which infuriates him, launching himself into the attack only to be repelled by the black sword, which sends him flying. The demon is surprised to see his burn, wondering who the hell he is. The arrogant protagonist indicates that he will not tell him. Rutger assures him, and he will get the information out of him by force, launching himself into the attack, but before he notices, his hand is torn from his body. Nox knows that what happens from there is important, noticing that perhaps he doesn't even need to use his special ability due to the large level difference. Since despite having the borrowed power of a demon, he is still a human. Rutger uses his energy to regenerate his arm, telling him not to think he has one. His arm stretches attacking, but the protagonist calmly blocks, activating his swordsman ability, and managing to stop the attack, approaching to infuse his energy into the demon's arm. Subduing him, the demon thinks he was careless with the good-for-nothing Allure Reinhardt, not tolerating being humiliated. While wielding the power of the Archduke, his complaints only annoy the protagonist, who is determined to finish him. But before delivering the final blow, Raz, almost out of breath, stops him, saying not to do it, since that subject is his apprentice. Nox doesn't believe him, but the professor begs him to believe him. Upon hearing this, the demon can't stand it anymore, and asks him if he really considered him his apprentice when he kicked him out of the academy after losing his arms in the war, leaving him alone, having no value. These words hit Raz hard, admitting to having abandoned him. But everything had been because he cared about him, since he didn't want the same story that happened to his son to repeat itself. Knowing that he couldn't stop him from going to the battlefield, he had no choice but to expel him. This annoys the demon, who tells him that everyone makes their own decisions, and what he did caused him to be seen as the abandoned garbage of the academy. Taking refuge in the forest, Raz, not knowing this, apologizes, asking him if that was the magic they were both looking for, remembering his time as a disciple. And Master, the demon, decides that even if it's late, he will take him with him, hitting the protagonist to break free. He goes straight for Raz, who can only await the blow, which never comes, seeing a great light illuminate the protagonist, who affirms that he has done things he cannot change. Understanding him, he decides to move quickly, appearing behind the demon with inhuman speed, activating the acting genius to the extreme, also increasing his compatibility with the character, recognizing that his emotions are not elegant. However, this causes him to lose his own consciousness. In a final move, they split the demon in two, who vanishes in a great trail of black smoke under Nox's gaze. In Raz, when nothing remains of him, the professor falls to his knees. With a look of sadness and helplessness, he asks Nox what he should do. He doesn't understand what he means, but Raz continues asking him if his research still made sense. And thesis, which he started to protect the weak, yet he couldn't even protect his own apprentice. Doubting whether to continue. Furious, Raz hits the ground to gather sand in his hands, watching it fall, while thinking about how he lost the direction of his life. Nox looks at him coldly, changing strategy, covering his mouth. He tells him that he doesn't understand his relationship with the demonic human. This attracts Raz's attention. The protagonist only thinks that what he is about to do is the lesser of two evils, since he needs him to continue his thesis to unlock artifact creation. And the game's strengthening system, however, before continuing, Joe Chan's emotions begin to interfere with the original character. As the rain falls, Nox thinks that although he knew what he was going to do and didn't care about having used Professor Raz for that, he decides to tell him that his research is not useless. The agitated professor replies, "Did you see how powerless I am?" Nox recognizes him as pathetic, but inside, he can't stop thinking that every word he says affects him, making him doubt everything, so he understands that he has managed to touch his feelings. Without further ado, he tells him that his natural state is laziness, so he doesn't expect him to do many tasks. He doesn't like tea but coffee. He doesn't want money or fame. This confuses Raz. Nox tells him that his research is useful, thinking how he is actually envious of the professor because he contributes to fostering love in that world. On his knees facing the professor, he tells him that he will be his #1 apprentice, promising to stay with him while he cries inside and talks about his son. With this, we return to the field, where the students are surrounded by monster corpses to make their peers exhausted, thinking that in the end there is another lunatic there, apart from Nox, referring to Leon and his undead, which are superior to any he has seen before. Penelope and Echidna, from a distance, also comment on how destructive an army of undead can be, surprising themselves at the Dark family's power and thinking that the rumors that the Marvas have become strong again are true, leaving Leon well imprinted in their minds, whom they will begin to monitor. Leon, for his part, holds that black crystal, which seems to have high-grade mana, without which he doubts he would have managed to win, thinking how it seems the protagonist managed to see the future to prevent that scenario. And amidst the rain, a voice cuts through the path, marking the appearance of Vernon, who emerges from the bushes with his shiny, bald head, asking if everyone is okay, and shaking a poor boy, asking him if anyone has died. Penelope tells him no, receiving a shining greeting from the professor, clarifying that someone left the battlefield. That is Nox, whom they know is fine because he helped them survive, and the crystal he gave Leon helped in the battle. Paracelsus admits that he also organized the camp and the food, accepting that he basically did everything, surprising Vernon. With this, the class perspective changes, seeing him as useful but problematic with women, and a womanizer with the service, among other rumors. On the other hand, the bald man is surprised to realize his ability, noticing that the barrier disappeared, doubting that the weak Raz did it, supposing it was Nox. After the incident, the protagonist ended up becoming the strange Professor Raz's assistant, in whose office he is now, writing, while the acting genius is at its peak, even more so when the professor arrives holding his wrist to try on a bracelet, approaching with agitated breathing and a flushed face, which even the acting genius cannot withstand. And he lets out an elbow, apologizing. He tells him it was due to instinct, although the professor knows very well that he did it on purpose. But he has no problems and maintains his big smile. Nox is surprised that he knew his reaction and still approached, clarifying that there are laws against sexual harassment. Something very smart for the family's good-for-nothing, according to Raz, however he is not always worried. And when he doesn't report him, which gives the protagonist tremendous cringe. Raz tells him that he recommended him, along with Leon Marvas, to go to the Empire's treasure vault to take an object, surprising the protagonist. Raz tells him that he has the power of persuasion, but that he doesn't feel the pressure. Nox stops feeling pressured. He feels joy and overflowing excitement, which even confuses the harasser Raz. And it is that Nox simply cannot contain himself before such an unexpected prize. Almost immediately he arrives at the vault, property of the Empire and the Rivalins, where there are many useful objects. But he goes for one in particular, which will help him grow faster. On his way, Alina appears congratulating him on his new influences to manage to get there. Nox coldly tells her not to bother him, although he knows very well that she is the one who must open the vault door. Alina takes the opportunity to act as if she were paying for having saved his life, opening a door from which a gigantic golden glow emerges. Alina asks him what object he wants. Upon knowing the answer, she is surprised that he wants such an antiquity, thinking it's just a rich kid's hobby. But he insists that she give it to him. She agrees, however, before with a smile she tells him that he will have to prove if he is worthy of taking something from the place. The dumbfounded protagonist did not expect this, since it is a special right of Alina as a donor of the objects. In this way, she continues with her test, transporting him from the place to a room. Alina sees that he doesn't even flinch at this, supposing it's due to everything he has experienced these days. So without wasting time, she instructs him to take a seat to start the test. Nox feels that since it is a mere formality, it should not cause him problems, so the test begins with a question from the millionaire: "Why did you save me?" The protagonist, upon hearing this, wonders if that is really the test. The determined girl continues trying to lie again until she tells him that she can see through lies. Something Nox had forgotten, since an acting genius cannot be fooled, which makes her tremendously annoyed. The confident girl seems to insist before a cold Nox without knowing what to say. Alina asks him if he is looking for a fight. Nox understands that everything was a plan from the beginning to choose to get there. She knows it, but what matters to her is that, if he doesn't answer, he will lose. He knows this, even more so because she will suspect him if he tries to escape. So he decides to be direct, replying that he saved her life because it was necessary for him. The cold girl asks why, and he replies hesitantly that he needs her for his plan, leaving Alina in shock and doubting what that plan is. That is exactly the information he will not reveal. Annoyed, she tries to calm down to ask him another question, stammering questions if he didn't save her to compensate for what he did in the ballroom years ago. The answer is a cold no, leaving Alina even more confused, doubting the reason. Nox clarifies that he is sincere, something she knows, although she suggests he not have so many secrets. To which the protagonist tells her that she is not one to tell him that. With this, the girl's serious expression shifts, and she tells him that many think he has changed. She doesn't believe it. With an expression full of resentment, she tells him that she still remembers what he said in the past. Looking at him with disdain again, Nox tells her to do whatever she wants, leaving the girl confused. He asks her to hate him and blame him for whatever she wants, since she is free to do so. After all, her feelings must still be there towards him. Having said that, he leaves the place, leaving Alina very confused, who accepts that he has really changed. Later, Alina has tea while discussing with Rick why Nox took such a simple artifact, when there were many better ones. Her butler, cheerfully, as always, also doesn't understand why. Of everything he could choose, he chose an orb. In her mind, the redhead thinks about how, having weapons, armor, and the highest quality elixir. He chose an orb with an ancient appearance, not fully understanding why. Her butler tells her to stop thinking about it. She, not entirely convinced, accepts this and asks him how business is going, which according to Rick are going very well with the Rivalin store's products, selling in massive quantities thanks to her. She simply thanks him and instructs him to continue monitoring Nox. Rick accepts the job with a malicious smile. On the other hand, Nox, along with his maid, enjoys the orb he obtained, looking at it with a big smile. Observing its characteristics, it is a superior grade object from the Great Sage, which when the conditions are met will level up to the most advanced, increasing his mana and stamina by 2, and granting him the passive skill of magic self-correction, which improves medium or higher grade magical skills. The protagonist looks at it happily, thinking that Alina was very confused by not knowing that the object he chose is a good one, which can be improved by raising it with his mana, but the object indicates that the conditions have not yet been met. He knows it, since the way to raise it to the highest grade is by saying the name of its original owner. An orange-haired girl, very powerful, who belongs to the Four Sages and was also Joe's favorite teacher. Or Chan when playing the game. However, he did not plan to activate it yet, since it would reveal his identity very early in the game. So he will keep the base effect for the moment. Luvia, observing him, decides to ask him why he chose the orb. When there were so many objects for knights, considering that he also planned to be a mage, so he needed something like that. Although he then thinks that he forgot to mention it to her, lessening the importance before a worried Lavilla, who wonders what to do with her master, doubting that he can handle both practicals. Nox doesn't care, since if he fails, he will live off his family's money. This disappoints his maid, who has boasted about her master's hard work even though he told her not to do it. This angers Labilla, telling him that sometimes it's unpleasant. The protagonist thinks it's fine. What he doesn't accept is when they tell him he doesn't like playing with women. And Labilla reminds him of the story of the womanizer Tio, who was a Casanova when young and who regrets it today. Nox didn't know about this. But he doesn't care either, and better decides to rest. But he can't do it since his maid hands him a letter that comes from the imperial family asking him to read it himself. This makes Nox uncomfortable, and it gets worse when he knows that Chidna brought it, worried about attracting the princess's attention. Tired of generating unknown variables in the game. Starting to read the shining letter, worthy of a princess, which thanks him for keeping her alive. So according to the laws of the empire, she offers to reward him, inviting him to the capital. Talon Feather, indicating that they will leave in 3 days. Nox, surprised by the invitation to the capital, being a member of a dark family, awakens Odilla's fear. Since due to the conflicts between the divine and dark families, it could be a trap. Worried, she takes him by the sleeve, asking him not to go. Nox quickly moves away and orders his maid to stay there, remembering how the capital is the Emperor's base of operations. Controlled by the Eastern divine family, being a danger to the dark families, still not understanding why Penelope invites him. But he will go anyway, remembering his time as a player. He thinks about everything learned, remembering how important the main character attributes were. Also, in skill selection, if someone chooses to be a sword genius, the most convenient thing would be to specialize in combat. And if it is a mana detection genius, the best thing would be to become a mage. Another important point was the camps, having to choose between different factions and complete missions from there. While they travel in a carriage with Penelope in front of him, she asks him what business they have together. He quickly tells her that someone as insignificant as him cannot have business with her. But she, with a big smile, tells him that saying that could hurt her feelings. And remembering how the strongest commands are the imperial faction, led by the princess, the radical faction, led by the dark families, and the merchants faction, which has enough money to move the continent's dynamics. All factions work differently, and the worst relationship between all is between the Reinhafer family and the imperial family. The princess looks at him intently, tells him that exactly what Nox thinks, that he is walking into the lion's den. To which Nox prefers to be the direct good-for-nothing, accepting that he is not happy to go there. She claims she only took him for his reward, but Nox knows it's a lie, so she accepts. As they enter the capital, Nox asks her what she wants from him, and she, with a big smile, tells him that it is simple, she only wants one thing. Once they get out of the carriage, both look worriedly at how they are received by Prince Louis, who is happy to see the guest. The last sword of Eileen Reinhafer. Penelope worriedly wonders if he shouldn't be in the Northern War. Louis happily tells her that it was cancelled somehow, being now his host. Looking at Nox, he tells him that he hopes to see him often. The protagonist elegantly would accept the honor, although inside he only thinks about how bad it is to meet that lunatic at this very moment. Feeling the pressure of the prince's gaze, remembering that he is the only heir who surpasses Penelope in the hierarchy of throne successors, and that he is the specialist in creating the bad endings in the game. He withdraws, leaving the princess very worried, who is assisted by Echidna until she regains her composure. Telling the protagonist to talk inside. He knows that the relationship between the princes is like heaven and hell, deciding to try to take advantage of it to return alive. Then night falls, thinking that he will have to wait until the next day for the reward. Determined to rest, until he thinks that a mercenary could attack him, but he closes his eyes. Until a sound alerts her, making him jump to grab his sword. But it was the princess who knocked on his door, asking to come in. With no other options, he gets up to open it for her, asking her what she was doing there. She, without being invited, suggests that it is not good for her to be seen in the hallway, so she enters. Echidna, for her part, promises to give them privacy, guarding the area from the imperial family's eyes. The princess sits down, indicating for the protagonist to do so as well, but she remains standing, listening to her. She is only there to ask him one question, and depending on his answer, perhaps she will never return to the Reinhafer family. Her request is for him to become her shadow. Nox understands immediately. She needs a shadow to defeat the prince and easily cut ties by seeing himself as a useful piece. Another pawn in the game, sitting down, he tells her there is a dog, leaving the princess bewildered. Who looks at him while he smiles, telling her that clearly he doesn't think that he has no options. Later, Nox finds himself greeting the emperor of the empire, who seems to be about to leave this world, emitting only strange noises. This decadent emperor is Esteban von Archeheim, a powerful knight of divine energy. And Thunder, founder of the empire, recognized as a great warrior who has now lost his prestige. Being known as Esteban the Clumsy, stumbling awkwardly next to his son, Prince Louis. And his other daughter greets him too, asking him a favor. He asks her what favor she wants to ask her father, stressing that it must be a reward. In return for saving the princess. Nervous Nox, knowing that he is now basically dealing with Esteban's first successor, moves cautiously, admitting to being intimidated. Lois accepts, telling him not to worry, that he can ask for whatever he wants for saving his sister. To which the protagonist, without thinking twice, asks to submerge himself in the Arser. This annoys the prince and all the other nobles. The surprise is not understood, as the Arser is a hidden river intended only for the use of the imperial family. And the sacred families, whose waters grant an absurd increase in power to whoever submerges in them. With this request, he earns Prince Penelope, considering him a troublemaker with nothing to lose. Trying to fake a smile while hiding his fury, seeing him like any other member of a dark family. The other nobles also react angrily, denying his request, since those waters are destined for the sacred families. They didn't care that Nox saved the princess. Hearing this, Nox thinks that with so much opposition it is impossible for them to grant it, this being a kind way to refuse his reward. Penelope reacts angrily, shouting in front of His Majesty, claiming that there is no law prohibiting Nox from submerging in the Acer. Despite the others' denials, she remains firm, Nox surprised by her support. He supposes she just wants to have the last word, remembering how the night before, after rejecting her offer. The princess approached to tell him in his ear that someday he would have to choose a side. Nox knew this well. Having already decided to support the princess, and not the certain bad ending, without being able to be so obvious in his choice. He asks again if they will grant his request. Louis, annoyed, tries to restrain himself until with a smile of victory, he admits that his sister is right. And that there is nothing preventing him from using the river's waters, even being from a dark family. To everyone's surprise. However, he doesn't like breaking the traditions of the imperial family and the ministers that they have followed for so long. So he will make an exception only if he passes a test to prove that he is worthy of entering the river. Penelope is astonished while Nox, cold about this development, confirms that in that world they love tests. So he directly asks Lois what this test will consist of. He tells him it will be a duel against him. Seeing Nox's astonished look, the prince tells him that he wants to test his sword skills to see if he deserves to enter a river like the Acer. Nox understands that it is not the best idea, but he cannot back down. Confidently, he accepts before a triumphant prince, who indicates the time and place of the combat and then withdraws. Nox leaves the imperial hall before the astonished gaze of the princess, clearly asking him if he wants to die. Shouting that his brother only seeks to show off. Win or lose, he only really seeks to trample on the honor of Nox's family. He knows this because if he wins, they will surely imprison him for hurting a prince, while if he loses, Lois will take the honor and the fame of having defeated the rising star. So Penelope doesn't understand why he accepted, to which Nox looks at her confidently and tells her he has another option: to win and survive, asking her if she counts on his support. On the other hand, the service prepares the prince for the battle, putting on his armor, narcissistically asking one of his maids who he is. She replies Lois von Reinhafer, the second son of the Empire. With this, the narcissistic blonde remembers his position of power in the city, so great that no one could ignore him, which increases his sense of unease towards Nox. One of his maids tells him that he shouldn't worry about that. He hears her looking at her with contempt and brutally hits her, annoyed because he thinks she is worried. Worse still, if he thinks she feels nervous about a simple dark bastard. The terrified maid thinks she will die, but he seems to calm down. After all, he feels that he will soon be at the top of the empire. The maid promises not to make a mistake again, but the prince knows she won't, since he will order his butler to take her out of there. While she screams terrified, she is dragged outside, begging for a chance. Chances are just something that, according to him, she won't have, since those are reserved for the royal family. And even though she is noble, she doesn't have imperial blood. And Louis gloats at the servant's desperate screams, which he ignores, only thinking about how much he will enjoy it when Nox faces his destiny. And he will delight in seeing him beg. Later in the arena, it is full of spectators, including Esteban and Penelope, watching how Louis and Nox look at each other. In front of the prince, he tells the protagonists to give their all. Nox agrees without knowing that the prince plans to put on a show. Thus, the albino declares the start of the combat. He looks at him confidently, launches himself at full speed, preparing his attack with the certainty that Nox will not dare to raise his sword against someone from the royal family, being just a minion of the Dark family. But his attack is easily blocked. Distracted, he asks him how he dares to raise his sword. Nox sending him flying. With a push, he tells him he is just following his order to give his all. An incredulous Lois hears the excuse of following the prince's order to fight hard. This annoyed upon hearing this decides to complicate the game, underestimating him because despite being a prodigy at the academy, he is still a novice, thinking that someone who has not received the excellent preparation of the imperial family could not defeat him. While the referee observes and clarifies that the combat ends when one falls or surrenders. With the rules clear, the prince, crackling with lightning throughout his body, launches himself at full speed. Nox easily withstands his attack, seeing that despite being the biggest creator of bad endings, his combat skills are not at his level at that moment. Calmly, Nox prepares a spin to surprise the prince from the side, who cannot react. Resigned to the blow, he closes his eyes, waiting for the impact, which never comes, leaving him confused. Seeing that the protagonist is calm, putting away his sword. The confused prince asks him why he stopped. Nox tells him that winning according to the rules would really be boring if there is nothing at stake. Proposing to bet. Lois likes this, as he sees the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Nox asks that the conditions be stated at the end of the combat, but the impatient prince tells him immediately, affirming that when he wins, he wants Nox to serve him, leaving his sister. Nox, confused, doesn't understand the bet, but Lois is sure that his sister's charms have him spellbound, being the reason why he saved her in that dark forest. The surprised protagonist before the crazy prince makes it clear to him that he only acted protecting her according to the law. This excites the prince even more, igniting with lightning and making it clear to him that when he wins, Nox will become his shadow, leaving the Reinhafer family to attack, and as a contingency, he thinks that if he loses, he will take it out on Aladdin, the Reinhafers, and Penelope, who watches everything very worriedly. The protagonist knows that with his current skills, he will not manage to pierce that armor, since it is the strongest in the game. But luckily, he doesn't have to. While dodging blows, his sage orb begins to glow, giving him the opportunity to say the key to unlocking its power. Thinking that everyone will be surprised how he found out the name, but he has no choice but to keep dodging Lois's blows. So closing his eyes, he thinks that it will be enough to destroy the armor, shouting the name of the orb's owner, Astrid von Caligud. With this, the orb begins to glow, registering Nox as a second owner, increasing his mana, which envelops the orb, concentrating so much power that the wind it generates violently hits the prince, leaving him confused without knowing what is happening. Nox asks him if there was any prohibition against magic in that duel, leaving a speechless prince who sees how a Reinhafer was not only a sword specialist, but also uses very powerful magic. Nox explains that what he has before him is a magic missile, and the orb's power explodes in the sky, opening a gigantic black hole from which rays start coming straight towards the prince. The protagonist ironically asks him to please survive. Terrified, he dodges them, backing away little by little, using his sword to deflect an attack, thinking how it is possible that the famous Reinhafer Grimace families now have a magical talent. And at that moment, a ray hits his back. With that impact, he believes Nox is cheating. Nox's gaze lets the prince understand that there is no trick, while he continues forming magic crystals that he throws like lightning arrows, clarifying that his tricks are equal to the enormous armor that covers the prince. Loie, feeling insulted, tries to speak, but the protagonist replies that the first one to insult was the prince, when he dragged him into an unbalanced fight to attack the Dark families and deny their achievements, even embarrassing them, but now this will surely tarnish the reputation of the imperial family. These words hit the prince's ego, who furiously, with no other option, takes out a small die of light, which envelops them in a star of energy that forms a barrier. Inside it, the prince unleashes a series of insults against the protagonist, telling him that he is not worthy of speaking to him like that, promising him that when the combat ends, all the guards will go for his head. With this threat, Nox asks the dean if she wants her cute student to end up dead there. And Nox's voice appears in an orb in hologram form, and although Nox accepts that Nox is cute, she looks directly at the prince to clarify that if he plans to go against her not-so-cute but valuable student, she will judge his power as one of the 4 sages to destroy him. This terrifies the prince. Nox, with a smile, remembers when he went to talk to Kana's Mini, whom he asked about his invitation to the capital, and how he was sure he would die there. However, Kana's Mini paid him no attention while eating her cookies, so Nox took one, making her throw a tantrum, but at least taking things more seriously, and the protagonist begged her to intervene so that the princess would leave him alone, or he surely wouldn't come back. However, she didn't agree that he shouldn't receive his reward for his great work. He asked her if it was better to go for his reward and return headless, to which Noah calmly tells him that magic is so advanced that she can rejoin limbs, although she has never tried it with the head. Nox took this as a macabre joke, to which she replies with a question, if there existed a way to go and return safely, would he take it? The protagonist doubted that such a thing existed. Just then, Noah pulled out a blue crystal full of mana. Returning to the present, Nox recounts that the crystal not only serves to communicate over long distances, but is also heavily charged with mana with which he can attack from wherever. He is, also, despite being a prince, Lois cannot go against the dean. The protagonist murmurs that the dean is finally useful, which she hears, suggesting he leave him alone, causing him to retract immediately. With no options, Lois tells the dean that everything has been a misunderstanding, assuring her that it will not happen again. The prince's tone annoys Noah, who tells him that she appreciated his father but not him, calling him a brat. Feeling the pressure, the prince asks what he can do to appease her anger. She asks him for an apology for her student, to which he immediately agrees. Noah accepts them for his great generosity, which even Noah recognizes as shameless. The dean's last order is that the duel ends fairly, and that Lois removes the barrier. The prince accepts when Nox appears behind him, hitting him with the handle of the sword, leaving him knocked out. To the surprise and indignation of everyone to see that someone from a dark family attacked the prince, including Penelope and Echidna. The latter wonders if Nox really thinks he is immortal. Penelope doubts that someone would do that with mere guts, knowing that the authority of the dark families does not apply there. Thinking that he has some hidden card and admiring all that, she is determined to stay with Nox. Even Echidna, who doesn't appreciate him, recognizes that his skills are superior to what was seen in the forest during the first test. And now, they also know that he will not follow Lois, so Penelope with a big smile approaches to whisper something to Echidna. In the arena, the frightened staff rush to assist the prince, both knights and maids, who take him to the infirmary. The butler makes it clear to them that they must not say anything about what happened that day, and that they must ensure Lois has no aftereffects. For her part, Penelope cheerfully watches Nox leave, while everyone attends to Lois. Later that night, the protagonist is grateful to have gotten out alive, remembering how crazy the prince was, and understanding why he is a final villain, recalling fragments of their fight, although the good thing is that he saw the great power of the orb, an object that will be useful to him until the middle of the game, which was vital to relieving the prince. Relieved to escape that situation, he is interrupted by the sound of his door, thinking that the prince is coming for revenge. Preparing to fight, but it was Echidna and the princess who wanted to speak to him alone. The protagonist worries about this. He feels that something complicated is about to happen, and Penelope does not hesitate. And enters. Nox asks her if it is about the prince. She says she is not there for that, determined to do what she has to do. She sits down, while Nox suggests they talk at a better time. Her smile indicates that it is the perfect time, which worries the protagonist, who thinks that her presence at this hour will bring new problems. And rumors. Penelope sees him worried about whether there will be a scandal, which is exactly what Nox thinks. The cheerful princess admits that she came looking for that, terrifying the protagonist, who doesn't understand what the crazy princess is saying. Although in reality she asks him in a more courteous way, the princess doesn't hesitate much, with a serious look. And a bright smile, she asks Nox to marry her. Nox asks her why she would do something like that. She replies that it is because of her position in the imperial family, which reassures Nox, at least knowing that he didn't make her fall in love with his charms. The princess tells him that the family is divided into two factions, and faced with rumors that the king, Esteban, will abdicate, the Lois faction will position itself as the strongest, and her front is weak compared to him. Also, being his older brother and having better relations with the nobles, he has already negotiated rewards for when he ascends the throne. That is why Penelope has everything to lose. That is why she needed his power, but he immediately rejects the proposal, which leads the princess with melancholy to look at the sky. Asking him to stop making excuses, she will no longer believe things like he is not strong enough, or about his previous engagement. Resigned, Nox sees that she won't change her mind, expressing that everyone will know about his bad reputation for being a womanizer. She doesn't care and triumphantly explains her plan, inventing the story of how their love began. Inventing that it all started when he rescued her in the dark forest, taking her hand before a nervous Nox who just listens. And she asks him for his opinion on who fell in love first, her or him. To this, the protagonist asks her if she was sure, receiving a brilliant smile in which she says that according to imperial laws she can choose her husband. That is why they had to have a believable story. Besides, she doesn't deny Inna.